Hey guys, what's going on? It's Dan Baird with Great River Mushrooms. How you guys doing tonight? We are live in the kitchen over here at my house, actually, which is my business as well, Great River Mushrooms. And thank you guys for joining me tonight. What's going on, Rasta? What's going on? As always, hit that like, hit that share button, share me out. It's going to be an interesting day because I'm making something that I've never ever made before. This is a new brand, a new how should I say it? A new genetic new mushroom that's going in my soup. So I have the blue oyster mushroom cream of mushroom soup. I have the elm oyster cream of mushroom, and now I'm developing the shiitake cream of mushroom soup, which I will be making today. And we have everything set up, ready to go in here to make a lot of it because I have a lot of shiitake mushrooms. So let me get this music going, a little bit of background music, and we also have. I'm going to do a giveaway today. I'm going to give away just straight cash today. I'm feeling so generous. I love everybody's support for my Great River Mushrooms. It's really beyond anything I ever imagined that I'd be at this point. And this is just my part-time job. I don't do this full time. So it's been a really, really awesome part-time job the last 4 months. And I look forward to the added success. So I'm gonna just give away $5 to a couple people today. Like I said, I'm feeling generous. I love the support today. I had a guy who bought 8 jars of my soup, and it was really humbling because it shows that people believe in my products, that people like them, and I actually sold like 200 jars, probably 200 jars over the summer since I've started selling my mushroom soup. So it's been a big hit, and I look forward to next year. What's going on, Mike? Jeremy, what's going on? Stephanie, Amanda, Sandra, what's going on, you beautiful people? What's up? We also got a little side cam going on here today too, so you can see a little side action here when I'm going to cut up some mushrooms, some onions, and we all got all kinds of good stuff here. Yeah, hit those reaction buttons. It's hot in here. Let me set up this giveaway. And I would love for somebody to turn around if they win the $5 to buy some of the shiitake soup. I'll have it available on my website here. So here, whenever I get done and see how many jars I actually have. And let me set this giveaway up. That's a good. I like that hashtag. That's going to be a funny one. Maybe you guys will enjoy it too. Let me remove that side camera and add this other hashtag up. There we go. Literally, I'm giving out $5. I'm probably gonna do it a few times while we're live. Straight cash, homie. In the first hashtag, and hopefully you have a Cash App or a Venmo so I can send it to you. I also do PayPal as well, so just make sure you have one of those three because I'm not going to mail you straight $5. But we have a lot of mushrooms, and let me actually shrink that a little bit. I have so many shiitake mushrooms. I think there we go. Which I'll show you over here. These are all shiitake mushrooms, and these are giant mushrooms. So this one right here is a 1/4 pound. So I have not measured or weighed these all out, but I'm gonna guess 10 to 15 pounds of mushrooms. So it's gonna be able to make a lot of shiitake soup here. And I have my own recipe too as well. Put that down, there we go. Which is this recipe right here. It's the cream of mushroom based soup. And I share what's in it anyway. If anybody ever wants to try to make it themselves, they're welcome to, but I put what's in it right in the ingredients. The amounts that are in it are kind of, that's on this piece of paper here. What's up, Wayne? How you doing? Straight cash, homie. I don't remember what that reference is to, but I'm thinking it's Dave Chappelle, but somebody correct me where that straight cash, homie. Or what? Man, I don't remember what it was from. But anyway, what we're going to do here is actually start cutting up these shiitake mushrooms. Let me add my second camera here. I think I can do, yeah, that's pretty good. We got these giant shiitake mushrooms. But the thing about the soup is you don't want these stems. So the stems inside the soup actually don't really, they get really hard, and you don't really want that consistency in the soup. So we're going to remove the stems. I kind of do the same thing with the other oyster mushroom soups. And the glove up here. And we're going to remove the stems of the shiitakes. Straight cash, homie. What's going on, Sir Steve-O? What's up? What's up? Jeremiah Spencer. That's a new name in there. Nice to see you, Jeremiah. What's going on? Basically, just like that, we're going to take the knife. I guess you can see me over here. I'm going to cut that little nub off, and that's no good. We're just going to trash that, and then we're going to throw the mushrooms over here. We're going to weigh, see how many mushrooms we actually have, because I'm not really sure. But that's a 1/4 pound mushroom, so that's how big they are. They grow giant. Shiitake mushrooms are really big. Some of the stems you can actually just pull and remove, and that's probably what I'll do. It's the smaller ones. You see the smaller mushrooms here. I gotta figure out where my camera is. So the shiitake block, when it actually grows mushrooms, it takes 2 months to grow, and that is the reason why the shiitake mushrooms are actually more expensive, because they take a long time to grow. And about 2 months inside of a chamber, just sitting there. They basically store to as the mycelium grows and accumulates, and it takes about 2 months. And I have some downstairs I could probably show you at one point during the show. But when they grow out of the block, they grow in all different sizes. They'll butt up right against each other like this. When they grow, they'll grow right on top of each other. But you can see how they're all different sizes and gnarliness. It's usually that's what how the shiitake grows. But whether it looks like that or whether it looks perfect like this, it still tastes the same. It tastes like steak. Oh, the black gloves, yeah. Yeah, I thought the black gloves went great with the black sleeves I got on. I'm probably gonna need a serrated knife because that don't work pretty good. But we'll just twist the stems off, but some of them are not coming off. So we already got 1/2 pound there, and that was just 4 mushrooms. So we definitely have a lot of mushrooms to get rid of here, but we're gonna base all what we're making tonight based off of how many mushrooms I have. As you can see over here, I have all the other ingredients. I have I'm plugged in there. As you can see, I use a chicken broth. This is just a Sam's Club. There's nothing really special about it, but it is 100% natural, non-GMO. It has a really good flavor. Has a really good salt content, so I really don't have to add much salt to my ingredients. I got my onions over here. I'm gonna chop them up right here in my little chopper. And we also have our secret. This is we cook our onions in this base. So this is barefoot Moscato. I also use Chardonnay sometimes. But when you actually cook with Chardonnay or Moscato, they really have similar tastes because the alcohol burns off and you just get that sweetness. So man, marinating your onions and in wine, even if you don't drink, because like I said, the alcohol burns off, really caramelizes and adds a sweet flavor to something that's already sweet, which I use the yellow onions in this soup. And I prefer the yellow onions because they're sweet, but they're not too sweet compared to, say, I can't remember the sweeter onion. But I really do like the taste of a yellow onion anyway. It's one of my favorites. And of course, we got that garlic. There's some of that fresh garlic. I use fresh garlic in this soup. I don't use stuff that's in a container. You know, you can buy the minced garlic, which I have some here. No, I don't do that. That'd be too cheap for me. This stuff is really, really fresh. And I really think the fact that makes my soup so good is this garlic. And people don't realize how kind of addicting garlic is. And when you hit it, especially with fresh garlic, and it's really healthy for you as well. So when it's added into the mushroom soup, it really adds the nutrient to it, and it really makes a really good soup that's really healthy for you. Unlike some of the cream of mushroom soup that they sell at the stores, the Campbell's brand actually use a lot of filler products. They use stems. They use some of the byproducts of other mushrooms. So if you actually research it a lot, you don't even know really what mushroom's in it. And I have looked into it on the internet. I still struggle to find what mushroom the Campbell's brand actually uses. What's going on, Vicky? Sandra, what's going? Everybody loves Sam Club. You gotta get that. I got some good stuff today. I've been trying to eat healthier the last week, so I went there and got a whole bunch of fruit. So like nearly half of my fridge now is full of fruit. And I've been trying to change my diet because I have a lot of digestive issues with gluten and sugars and all the other stuff that's really unhealthy for you. But Sam's Club's awesome. What's going on, Shannon? Styling, you can't go wrong with the black nitrile gloves. And then you pull my sleeves down and look at that. I'm going. And I can't forget this. I totally forgot, I got a little hot there, but I'm going back to the mushroom hat. So when I cook mushroom soup, you got to have the hat. Am I right? And that straight cash, homie. I'm giving out straight cash today, guys. $5 to whoever wins this. That's from Great River Mushrooms. Go check out my website. I don't have it on the bottom there. Let me load that background that actually has my website. So if you guys saw my new logo, it's for Live in the Kitchen. I just made that today. I thought it was pretty unique. It looks kind of old school. Let me load that background. There we go. GreatRiverMushrooms.com. Go check out my website. I sell a lot more than mushrooms. My fresh mushrooms are mostly sold at the farmers markets from April to October, only locally in Quincy. I will start to ship out shiitakes more as I learn how to do that better, because they do last a long time. They'll last like 3 weeks in my fridge. So the shiitake store really well. I really prefer to sell them in the first 10 days after picking. After that, they become soup. The blue oysters, they're about 3 or 4 days shelf life. So after that, I don't really sell them. I make them into soup. And the soup brand is really something I developed to use the mushrooms I don't sell, because the people don't understand when you do mushroom farming, you only have you literally have 7 days or less to sell about 90% of your products. If they're fresh gourmet mushrooms, because they really start to spoil fast. But there are really ways to store them. If you store them at about 35 degrees, borderline freezing, they will store for long term a lot better, for about 2 to 3 times as long. But many people's fridges don't get that cold. Shelly, what's going on, Sam? Straight mad science. Yeah, I got the gloves and the hat. If only my neck was feeling a little better today. Be that mad scientist. Yeah, the Campbell's is nasty. Like I said, they use stems, and guess what I'm doing? I'm removing the stems because I know that they do have a different taste. Different texture when you put them in a soup, because I've made enough of the soup now, I know. And I don't want somebody to have a different texture. When you eat soup, you don't want to have something chewy or hard. That doesn't sound appetizing unless you're eating some kind of vegetable soup. But if you're eating a cream of mushroom, it's supposed to be, a cream. And I don't turn mine into a cream. You have that choice when you buy it. You can make it into a cream, but my onions are cut into a 1/4 inch size, so most of the cream is set into a 1/4 inch. Now Campbell's, they actually blend it after they, do all this, so it's more of a cream. But mine's not as much as a cream. It has a little more texture and shape to it. I love seeing that straight cash, homie. Now I see the hashtag every time and I laugh. It's just funny. Fantastic day. That's a great day, Vicky. Good to hear. Good vibes. That's what we want to hear people have. And the new year's coming. We're going to be in 2024 before you know it. Let's all go into the good year with good vibes, because I honestly think that next year is going to be the best year of my life, and that's what I want everybody else's to be. I hope everybody has a great 2024 when the new year comes. Gotta love mushrooms. Everybody loves mushrooms. How you doing, Sam? How you doing? I'm just being a mad scientist over here. I'm making my cream of mushroom soup Shiitake strain. So this is the first time I've ever made this, and I've been waiting months to do it. Kind of holding off because I usually get a little scared when I'm doing something new, especially when I'm making a new product, because first time of doing something is a little scary because I don't want to mess it up as well. So I have to change this is my recipe for the blue oyster strain, so I have to change it around a little bit for shiitake, because the shiitake usually sells for twice as much as the blue oyster. So I thought about this, and I thought if I would put the same amount of mushrooms that the blue oyster has in this cream of mushroom soup, I would have to sell the jar for nearly $8 or $9 to make a decent profit, and that's an expensive jar of soup. So what I did instead is I cut the amount of mushrooms in here in half, since the shiitake sell for twice as much as the blue oysters. So, and then I add the onions instead. So you're gonna get, so let's say this recipe calls for 2 pounds, it's gonna get 1 pound, and then add another pound of onions instead. So there's still gonna be the same amount of volume, it's just gonna be less mushrooms, just for the fact I wanted to keep the cost the same at $5 per jar, and not make it 8 where it seems more unaffordable. So because eventually I'm going to push these into grocery stores, and I really think that I have a very unique item that makes me very different than any other mushroom company, is these soups. And the fact that it's that across the whole nation, there really isn't another company that has a soup. And I invite anybody to research, if you can find anywhere around where you live a gourmet cream of mushroom soup, I will send you a jar of this for free, because I'm really interested to find anybody else who has the product on the market, because I like seeing it. I like seeing other people make unique products out of their mushrooms. But I figured, like, since I couldn't find it on the internet, I figured it was probably somewhere locally, like sold at some mom and pop shop that doesn't have it on the internet. So that's where I probably think something like that is. What's going on, Ohio's friend? Is he in here? I didn't see him comment. Oh, there he is. What's going on, Ohio's 420? What's going on, CRB? Soup sounds lit. Yeah, it does, man. Hey, I can see you, Shannon. How you doing? Hey, that's awesome, Vicky. You're straight badass. I hope you're having a great day too, brother. Lisa May. Heck yeah, I do sell it on my website, but it is expensive to ship just the soup. So if you do order something from my website, if you buy multiple items, the shipping is a lot more affordable. But if you just buy the soup alone, it's going to be like $9 to ship. But if you add a few more items, it's just going to add a few dollars. So, and that's not my fault. That's just the mushroom soup weighs a lot. It's a 16-ounce jar. Got a lot of these small mushrooms. We're going to try to use the bigger ones. And we got all these giant. These are the true shiitakes here. This is really what they more look like. They're usually giant mushrooms. Got another giant one there. That's beauty. Look at that underneath there, Awesome to see. So this is the gill of the mushroom, and this is the it holds the spores. And that if you leave them out long enough, they actually release this white dust that will get all over everything. But it's really just awesome to see, firsthand when you don't ever handle shiitake mushrooms. That's nature. That's the fungi kingdom. This is the reason, that we are alive. That the mushroom is. It cleans our air, cleans our soil, takes care of dead things in the forest. The recycler of life. They got the mushroom jokes. It is beauty. Up till spring until we get snow. Hell yeah. Finish cutting these up. Stems off of these shiitakes. as you can see here. And the stems will just be junk because, like I said, when you put them into a soup, they really just don't have a great texture. And the giveaway as well, I'm giving out straight cash, to $5 to somebody. That's from Great River Mushrooms. Much appreciated for everybody who supported me over the last 2 years. For a growing company that every month, just, you know, this coming next year is going to be a big year for my company, and I really believe that. Because I went through the first farmers market, and I know what to expect. I know how they all go now, and I'm gonna be teaching some classes in spring. I have 2 classes, and I'm probably gonna have about 30 people in those classes, and that's gonna be a lot more customers, a lot more opportunity to sell mushrooms to people. So the 2024 is gonna be a great year for Great River Mushrooms. Excited. My goal is to sell 500 jars of soup too, so between January 1st and the end of next year, that's the goal. 500 jars of all of the kinds of soup I sell. By golly, I'm going to accomplish that. This year, I sold about 100, probably 160, 180 over the whole year. So I feel like 500 is attainable for a second year of selling my soup. What's going on, Matt? So, man, I got the blue oyster. I got the elm oyster. I'm not really sure if I'll continue to do the elm because the blue and elm oyster have very similar taste. So I might do a blue, a pink oyster, shiitake, and then another strain. I'm not really sure of the fourth one, but the pink oyster has a very unique taste. As you know, I think you grew that one. It has a very fishy taste, and I think it would be really interesting to book into a cream of mushroom for people who enjoy the fish taste. Like I do. Now, it's not my favorite mushroom to eat because I don't like to taste fishy in mushrooms, but I think if you made it into a soup, it would be awesome. My favorite mushroom is the blue oyster, if you're talking oysters, and then of course I love the shiitake mushroom. And who doesn't? It has a very awesome, unique taste, and a lot of chefs really like to make awesome recipes with it. Like Mike Hood in the crowd there, he told me last night he had somebody he know make something awesome with it that was just tasty. And yeah, chefs get really creative when they get a hold of some shiitake mushrooms. Yeah, especially if you have a vegetarian based clientele, the chefs really like that. They'll really so you go to any big city restaurant and they're serving any kind of shiitake mushroom, man, you're probably getting something that's unique and delicious. Look at that giant one. And I took a little chunk out here because sometimes the mushroom grows up so close to the other mushroom that moisture gets in there and it will start to deteriorate the mushroom. But that happens during the growth stage when they're growing out of the bag. So I just cut that little section off when I pick it. Because otherwise it'll continue to rot the rest of the mushroom if you don't take that little chunk out. But they grow on top of each other, and then I don't think the mushroom realizes it, and then all of a sudden there's like 30 mushrooms like just sitting on top of each other continuing to grow. And that's why they have all these marks in them here like that, and because they were buttoned up against another mushroom, and they kind of have grooves in them because of that. It's really the only mushroom that does that. So the oyster mushrooms do not grow on top of each other. They usually have uniformity more between the mushrooms. But the shiitakes are just something else. They're so aggressive when they grow. Which is fine. You're still getting all that weight. Look at that giant one. That's a beauty. Check out the bottom of that one. And this one's probably, from looking at it, probably a week, and more like 10 days old. And you see, it's still a very fresh mushroom, even 10 days old. The edges are kind of drying up, but other than that, once you put it in a pan of oil, it will rehydrate. But this is going to be in a soup, so it's going to be sitting in liquid chicken broth base. So really, that dryness doesn't matter at all. But there's a point where I don't like to sell it. I really take pride in what my mushrooms look like, and I get a lot of compliments, especially at the farmers market. If it doesn't look good to me, I don't sell it, even though it'll taste fine. It's just the way I am. I'm a perfectionist, so got a whole bunch of little mushrooms. Trying to use all the big ones. Again, if you're just joining me, we're giving away $5 cash, homie. I didn't even realize I'm falling behind in comments too. Hell yeah. Yeah, if anybody would love some cream of mushroom, if you live locally and you want some for the holidays, hit me up. I just have a guy who bought 8 jars today. Man, bless his heart, he gave me a tip. And that guy, I see him at every farmer's market, and he speaks so highly of my soup. He tells all his friends. And those are the kind of people that, drive my small business. And but yeah, Matt is too. Matt's bought some of my products. And apparently you're still having some oysters I bought from you. You're using the cream of mushroom oyster? There's no way the mushrooms are still good, all right? Thank you, Rasta. Appreciate it. What's going on, Donna? That's good to hear, man. Good vibes. Everything that you want in your life goes well. I'm just gonna call you CRB Junior. I don't know your real name. Maybe someday you can come up on our live. All right, now we're caught up with the comments there. Let me answer that. Real Shiitake, hell yeah. Holy Shiitake, Batman. What's going on, Tina? How you doing? Hell yeah. I actually made a Shiitake burger once. That was awesome. It tasted really good. That's a good question, Sam. I don't know if 5 weeks is enough time, because a lot of my mushrooms take a long time to grow. So whether or not I'll have mushrooms but I will have herbal supplements. A lot of people don't know, I'm actually starting. I'm gonna have CBD dog and CBD dog treats eventually. I'm still developing. I'm trying to find the right recipe, and I don't have it in there. But we're also gonna start making elderberry syrup. So I really, at Great River Mushrooms, I really am trying to get into products that really are great for your body and the immune system that aren't offered a lot by local companies like the syrup. But I'm going to make everything in small batches, which is what was going to make my company unique. No matter how big I get, I will always make my products in small batches, because I believe small batches is where the more potent medicine is made. These companies get into mass producing, they start making big batches, and I really think that it loses its potency when you do that. So I will always continue to make small batch medicine, whether it's CBD, CBG, or elderberry syrup, which I will start offering now as well. I haven't made any of it yet, but I'm hoping in the next week or two to talk more about that on my Facebook page or on a live or something. And we're going to start offering elderberry syrup. So just let me get back to you on that question, Sam, because that's why I didn't answer earlier when you messaged me, because I was contemplating what to say. We were witnessing the mushroom. All right. Yeah, if you get me in my mushroom lab, man, sometimes I don't start talking, because which I haven't been in there in about 6 weeks, because A, I started a new job, and B, we have entered the slow season of mushroom, the ability to have a market for them, because the farmer's market season's over. So I haven't been in my mushroom lab for about 6 weeks, but I will be back in there next week. So look for live in the lab, and that I'll be working in my lab. But I didn't even show that one. It was a double mushroom. We got 2 shiitakes that grew into each other, which happens a lot. I've actually seen it with every species. You can see here. So what happens is they got so close together when they started growing that they actually combined into one, which sometimes happens. Which is pretty awesome. It's like twins, or combined Siamese twins. Hey, Alec, what's going on? Thanks for joining us. Hearts for Chuck Rock. Shane Briggs always hits those hearts when I say that, so don't forget to do it. Those are eaten, just using the soup. All right, that's good. Because the farmer's market's been over since October, so if I did sell you mushrooms from the farmer's market, they're probably not any good. CRV for sure. That slaying those shiitakes. What's going on, Wera Salinas? Never seen your name before, but thank you very much for joining us. If you're a first timer over here, I haven't been live very much for the last 6 weeks, so I know we got a lot of new people over here in the island. We got 28 people over here watching. Don't forget to hit that reaction button. Share us out to your friends, and share your Misfit Island out to your friends too. December, I actually keep track of the schedule on my calendar, and December is really going to be loaded with a lot of content on Misfit Island. That's going to be really awesome. We really have a variety of content. I'm sorry, content creators, the word I'm trying to think of. And the ladies starting their new ladies night on Friday night. I think that's at 9 p.m. And I think they're doing that every Friday night. So share that with your lady friends. It's a good time to get the ladies together who smoke cannabis and just hang out. The hot dog water. Oh, she just ordered the 2. Thank you, Sandra. I appreciate it. I appreciate you always supporting me as well. Terry, what's going on? And that straight cash, homie, we're giving out $5 to whoever wins that. I'm feeling generous today. Great River Mushrooms is so appreciative that you guys support me, and I haven't been live for a while representing Great River Mushrooms, so love that elderberry. Heck yeah, Mike. Had a good night, brother. Don't work too hard. The hearts for all misfits. So that's what these colors are. Each color represents a different misfit. That's what Shane's trying to say. I want to be the flame. What's going on? Oh, you have a good night too, man. Been a follow for a while. See, I haven't been live for 5 weeks, so sometimes I even forgot how to use StreamYard. So if I forgot your name, I apologize. Heck yeah, thank you, Don. I appreciate it. Mushroom soup. We got the black gloves on. Yeah, we'll just leave that mushroom together. I'm about ready to weigh some of these once I get more in there. No, we got a lot of mushrooms here, as you can see. See right there. And my scale shut off and my bowl's not big enough. Make my screen bigger, but that's all right. Let me do that real quick. Didn't realize how small it was. That's a little better. We got some giant shiitake still in here. There's another giant one made into the soup here. I said if you're just joining me, we're making some shiitake soup. I really need another container so I can weigh these. See how many pounds we got. Probably just weigh them in 1 pound increments or 2 pounds. We got 2 pounds there. Put them all in 2 pound jars. Or containers, I meant. We got 1 pound there. Yeah, we need a couple more, about twice that much. Plus, we need to use these mushrooms up because we don't really have any more use for them because they're a little old to sell. I always knew that I was going to make them into mushroom soup. But eventually we'll be able to make this recipe a lot more bulk. Now, right now, right behind this camera, I have my containers that I make the soup in. But my goal someday is to actually have a commercial kitchen where I can produce this stuff in the hundreds of jars all at once instead of, I usually make them in either increments of 8. So I make 8, 16, or 24. Thank you for joining me. We got 26 lovely souls in here. Probably falling behind the comments again, making people hungry. It's awesome. Thank you, Karina. I appreciate it. Appreciate that. Everyone's having a great night too. Well, I'm going to eat this stuff tonight too. This is the first time I made it, so of course I'm going to try my own product. So I hope I don't make you hungry when I try it. What's going on? From Arkansas, much love. Facebook user though. Now I'm down to all these smaller mushrooms, which take a little bit longer to take the stems off. Some of them look like portobellos. Sometimes what happens to a mushroom, a true mushroom, when you know it's ready to pick, is you actually want to pick it like 4 hours before the spores fall, which is kind of hard to do. But what happens is sometimes the will be bulked up, like I said, next to another mushroom, and it doesn't allow the cap to fully open. Like this one actually opened and went over ripe, which you can see it curled up. This one ripened about right. You can see its caps open. But they sometimes go at a different pace, especially when they grow next to each other. But usually I just pick them all at once. They don't taste any different if you wait. Really, it's just the amount they weigh. And if you bring them to market, you really want them to be as ripe as possible to get the weight that you want when you sell them. Because as the days go by, they do dry up probably a few percent every day, and the weight does go away. There's another one too. It looks more like a portobello because the cap kind of fell underneath it. It probably never released the spores, but it would have eventually. The cap would have opened up all the way. But you can know when it releases the spores, and it can release the spores even after you cut it. It can do it well after you cut it, which is weird. The plant or the fungi is dead, yet it will still do that. No, this particular soup tastes more like, I use a chicken broth base, and it's more of a complex flavor. It's very addicting, and because you get, not only do you have the chicken broth taste, but you have the garlic, you have the onions, the caramelized onions that I caramelize with my wine, and then you have, I actually use a very special pepper now. It actually has a little bit of kick to it, gourmet pepper, and I really like it. I made it my last couple batches over, and this stuff is cracked pepper. And I don't really have to put much in it, and it really adds a lot of flavor to it. So you're more or less talking a very complex soupy taste. That's very addicting because it really hits a lot of your different taste buds. A lot of people don't realize that mushroom a lot of people don't like it, but it does hit one of those taste buds that a lot of people do like. And garlic is. The garlic is one of those things that most everybody likes, and you don't realize it's in so much of our food, that garlic taste, because it's so good in everything, and it's healthy for you. And really, we need to use garlic a lot more in our diet, but we don't enough. Like, wouldn't it be awesome if McDonald's started offering something that was fresh garlic on something? Oh. Start eating healthier. And that mushroom's pretty much, you can see what happens. This one's probably about 2 weeks old. Still fine to eat. Definitely would not sell it, but once it's made into a soup, it's perfectly fine. But what happens is it starts to disintegrate a little bit and gets a little moist. But this stuff gets cooked in boiling water, so it's sterilized, and then I pressure cook it and can it for at 15 psi for 30 minutes. So any kind of contaminations that are on this, even though they're not, these are very clean mushrooms, and they're fungi. So other mold is not very interested in growing on a mushroom because it's already a mold. So this particular mushroom has an immune system, but once you pick it and it starts to degrade, its immune system weakens. It's not able to fight off any contaminations, and eventually some kind of other mold will grow on it. But that takes about a month, 6 weeks with a shiitake. Thank you, Timmy, for sharing that. Appreciate that, Sandra. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't have this particular strain of soup on there yet, but I will here probably at the end of the day. Heck yeah, garlic sauce. We got a huge pile of stems here. Got some more big mushrooms. See how much we have now. We got 3 pounds already destemmed. How much more we can add to that? I'm going to put 2 pounds in here, so then we'll have 5 pounds destemmed, and then I think we're going to have about 8 pounds. I wasn't really sure if I had 10 to 15 because it's hard to tell. How much I had in pound wise, but it looks more like about 10 pounds. We still got that giveaway too. Straight cash, homie, join in there. How many people we got in there? 25 entries. I'm gonna give away straight 25. I'm gonna give somebody $5. Buy yourself a coffee. Maybe spend it back on my website. It doesn't matter. I'm just feeling generous tonight. And that's a gift from Great River Mushrooms. Straight cash, homie. I'm not going to mail you cash, though, so make sure. Man, look at this one. This one is one of them bizarre mushrooms, which you get like one out of fucking 500 that are really bizarre. This is a shiitake mushroom that never even opened up. Its cap grew on its gill and then got stuck, so it never ever grew any spores or never grew any gill really, because I don't know what happened. But it ended up being a giant ball. So here's the stem, and the stem, this you can see it came out of the block like that, and then that's just what it did. It never did anything else. So it's basically just one hard round shiitake. And when I cut it open, it actually has more of the consistency of a stem. So I probably won't use much of it. I'll peel off this outer shell, which is the mushroom, and not use this part, which is more like a stem. It's really hard. But interesting when the mushroom does that. I've also seen a mushroom grow out of a mushroom. So another mushroom will grow, and then another mushroom grows out of that mushroom. That's really weird, and that's actually very rare. I've only seen it once out of the whole 2 years I've been growing. We almost got 2 pounds here, and we'll have 5 pounds ready. One more mushroom. And what we're doing here is we're taking off the stems because we're making a soup. Stems are not good in soup. It kind of sucks. And we probably got, I think we're gonna have 8 pounds of mushrooms. Still got these two to destem, and then we have to base what we're doing after that on how many onions we cut up and everything else that follows based on how many mushrooms I have. Now we're getting down to the smaller ones, but they usually weigh about a 1/4 ounce. But they all add up to a lot of weight. Straight wild, Alex, straight wild. I appreciate the love, Sandra, again. And we'll only be adding more products. 2024, that's why I keep saying it's going to be a marvelous year for Great River Mushrooms. Not only because like I've announced yesterday, I have a new job with a company I just started working with, and I'm going to be making. I got offered, a really good salary job, and I'm going to be investing more money into my business. If I have to, I will hire somebody, because the mushroom business is my ultimate dream, and this salary job, is kind of my way to get there. But I plan on staying with this company for the foreseeable future. I really like the owner. I really like the pay. I like everything that he's going to be offering me. I don't see myself leaving. I'll eventually may hire somebody to help me run my Great River Mushrooms company. If that becomes an issue, I haven't had any issues. I've actually had like 6 people message me and be like, ask me if I'm ever hiring anybody to consider them, because it is a unique job. You'd be helping me make herbal medicine and harvest and cultivate mushrooms, and there's not a lot of people that know, but it's very easy to teach. I could teach somebody very easily because I know the whole process now. It's a lot easier to teach somebody that than teaching them construction, which I did for 15 years, and after it sucks, because construction is obviously a lot more complex. There's just a lot more things involved than cultivating mushrooms, which is a step-by-step process that you kind of learn and then you conquer. You really nail down the process and you really know how to grow mushrooms. But you don't nail it down the first time. It really takes time. It's one of those things. But anybody can learn. That's why I have mushroom classes to teach people how to grow it at home. What's going on? Calamity Jones. I like that name. Another new name in here. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. If I haven't been in here, I'm Dan Baird with Great River Mushrooms. Or you can call me Dan the Mushroom Man. Dolores, what's going on? So when we offer that class so these classes that I'm going to be teaching are offered through the university extension offices. So I have one in my city. They're like extensions of the University of Illinois that they kind of have other branches, and then they're funded by the local grants and stuff to teach people agricultural and farm stuff to kids and other things like that. I got asked by my local chapter to teach that last year, and they want me to come back next year. I also then got offered, because of this other one, another university heard about me, and they contacted me, and it's about an hour away. It's a university. It's Western Illinois University extension, and they teach classes kind of to the general public. And these are like gardener's palette classes where they kind of offer a variety of classes, and people come in that day, and it may be from like 9 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon with an hour break lunch or half-hour break at lunch. And they'll offer like 4 classes and 2 morning classes and 2 afternoon classes that people have a choice. And so last year people had a choice of what classes they wanted to take, and mine was my How to Grow Mushroom class. Had the most people in it. We ended up having like 28, 33 people in it, I think. So this year I'm doing the same thing, and I do plan on actually going live. I tried to last year, but I didn't have the right equipment. And this year I'll definitely be ready to actually have it live on and broadcast how I'm teaching. So we had audio issues last year. You couldn't see me, but this year we'll definitely nail it down better. Just look at for on Facebook. I'm gonna look into doing it and charging people, but it's not gonna be for profit. So the money would go to help fund me helping teach, going into schools and teaching children how to grow mushrooms. It's a program I want to start with my company, and if I want to actually teach children how to grow mushrooms, I need to bring in the equipment and then have all the material needed, and that costs money, and I would like to raise the money in order for these kids not to have to worry about paying for it, or the school worrying about it. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know how to do that yet, but I still have like 5 months. And I actually have friends who say I should charge people for that knowledge, even though I usually offer it for free. How you doing, Ronald? Good to see you again. We have a hashtag giveaway, straight cash, and we're gonna give that away in 7 minutes. Let's do that. That'll be our first hour of the show. I usually do this a lot faster, but since I'm talking and we're talking mushroom talk, I kind of slow down a little. But I'm trying to educate you too, what I do here and the whole process of these mushrooms, of making soup. Some of these mushrooms are so tiny. Got a couple bigger ones in here, down to the last container. I didn't realize I had so many. And I have more blocks. I got like 6 more blocks to do. So I'm going to have like another 8-10 pounds of shiitakes in weeks. So anybody who wants the fresh shiitakes, there's another big old block knob. Shiitake did it again. I'm going to do the same thing and just cut the top off because it's part stem and not mushroom. There you go. Nice size one there, probably about 1/6 of a pound, 1/8 of a pound. But like I said, I got to use all these anyway. They're all going to go bad if I don't. Some of these probably got another week of shelf life. You can see this is what happens when it gets a little darker. And this was actually when it grew anyway. So what happens was the spores above it fell on it, and they'll turn it. Sometimes they turn it black, sometimes they turn them white, depending on the species. But the spores will fall on its own mushroom. Sometimes it'll degrade it faster too, because spores I've actually had spores destroy some of my equipment. So if the spores fall, they'll fall on some of my fans. They've fallen on electrical stuff, and they will destroy it. And they are attracted to electricity. The spores are. They nearly started a fire. What they did once is I had a light in my fruiting tent, and there's a portion of the light that allows you to add another light to it. And what happened was the spores got at the end of that electrical light. They got onto it and attached, a whole bunch of them. And eventually they shorted out the light, and the light kind of had a small fire. There was a little black mark on the surface of my tent, but the equipment worked like it should have, and it actually shut the light off and killed the electricity and prevented any kind of fire. But that's what the spores can do, man. They're crazy. What they destroy, they can eat through wood. They can eat through other things. What's going on, Misty? How you doing? Big collection of chainsaws. Got a big old pile of mushrooms. Now we're through the small ones, then we'll just pull them all by hand. Some of these are, that one's probably no good. It's a little too old. That's about the only one in here. And it looks like we're gonna have about 8 pounds. So I thought I had more. It may have been more before they dried out, but they'll rehydrate here. We got 20 lovely people in here. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. Said we're giving away straight cash on me in 3 more minutes. Give somebody $5, and then I'm gonna do it again. Cutting off these damn stems. But usually when you sell shiitakes, and almost every business will agree, and when you buy an apple, there's portion of the apple weight that you really can't eat. And that's what when you sell the mushroom, the stem is kind of the portion that some people may eat, some people probably don't. But it is 99% of the time sold with the stem. And that's it can be a waste. Which doesn't really weigh that much, but it's just like any other product of any other vegetable you buy. There may be a portion of it that you can't actually eat. If I saute it, I do eat it with the stem. Because the stem I'll just cut it up, but when it's in the soup, I don't prefer it with the stem. And the blue oyster also gets a little, which the blue oyster has a softer stem, but some of it down towards the lower portion where it comes out of the block is kind of hard. So I do usually remove that. It's your hobby, Dawson. Yeah, these stems will get thrown away. Don't really they're kind of hard. They don't really have any use for them. But they go into my compost pile. They kind of will, and I'll have the mushrooms re-eat themselves. Because mushrooms are, they will eat themselves. So that's what eventually they do. If you leave a mushroom in a block long enough, the mycelium will re-eat itself. So it's the same thing if you buy a mushroom and there may be a little white mold on it. It's 99 out of 100 times that is more than likely the mycelium trying to re-eat itself. It's not some kind of other mold. It's completely healthy to eat. You can eat mycelium. But that's usually the blue oyster species. It really is aggressive and it will re-eat itself. Heck yeah. Back into the earth. Yeah, I got a pile of my old mushroom bags on the side of my house, and that's usually where I throw my compost, and the mycelium in the soil will re-eat whatever I throw on top. So that's what mushrooms do. They just eat dead things. So as long as it is a living organism, it will eat it. A living dead organism, I should say. If there's some of the stems in here, whoops. So we're down to the last few here, which I might not even cut up. I might just cook these tiny ones. Cook them later tonight. Throw them on my pizza or something. That actually sounds like a good idea. Throw them on a pizza. Well, I appreciate everybody joining me tonight. Hit that straight cash, homie. And I'm going to give it away here after I'm done cutting these mushrooms up because I am almost done. I'm going to send somebody some $5 if you cash app or Venmo. I just wanted to thank all the people who've supported me from Misfit Island, or if you're, I'm live on Great River Mushrooms, Rumination Project, Misfit Island, YouTube. We're even live on Rumble tonight, so I didn't even see how many people were watching us on Rumble. Let's check it out. says I'm streaming now. I haven't even been live over here for a while, so it's been a while. It says I'm streaming now with one person watching, but it's been like months since I've gone live. But if that one person over in Rumble, thanks for joining me. We got 20 over here on Facebook. Appreciate every one of you joining me tonight. 5:31 on the Central Time here. We're gonna give away $5 here to somebody. Send you to the cash app, buy you a coffee. So I do love coffee. And then we'll do a little cannabis. Almost done cutting that mushroom up. Well, actually, I was gonna do a little pico oil, so that usually when I'm in the kitchen, I don't smoke, so I'll do a little pico. Then I got all these stems here. I throw them all in this thing here and then toss them in the garden compost pile. These shiitakes have a very unique smell too, so they smell like mushrooms, but a lot more different than the others, oysters. And we need another bowl. Just throw these in a little cup. And then weigh the rest of our here and we'll know how much we have. So we got a lot here in this last container. We got almost 2 pounds. I'm gonna call it 2 pounds because by the time it's all rehydrated, it'll easily add 4 ounces. So we're gonna go. We got 2, 4, 5. We got 7 pounds of mushrooms. That's what we're gonna go with our recipe as. 7 pounds of destemmed shiitake mushrooms. So let's see how much weight I actually took off with the stems, and I'm interested to see how much weight that actually adds. So these are the stems. So we're at about 15 ounces of stems that I took away out of what would have been 8 pounds. So 8 pounds, a pound of stems. Like I said, that's the weight. Usually the shiitake mushroom is sold with the stem at 99% of markets. I've never seen anybody not. But that's usually the part of the mushroom that you can either eat or not. Some people do. Most people do cut them off. Or if they don't cut them off, a lot of people don't eat them on their plate because they realize they're just clean this off. Give away this $5. Take a little cannabis break, and then we're gonna start dealing with these with these onions. We got back here. Start getting the onions ready. My process is I'm gonna peel the onions. I'm gonna cut them into quarters, and I'm gonna freeze them. And the reason I freeze them for 10 minutes is because I am very sensitive to onions. They fucking kill me, and I will tear up so bad. So freezing them has really been helpful since I learned to do that technique. It's really been helpful in eliminating the how fucking painful those onions are to my eyes. So if a lot of people don't know that, if you freeze them for about 10 minutes, the juice that is inside that actually gets into the air that irritates your eyes is frozen. So when you have about 10 minutes after you freeze them to cut them without them irritating your eyes so much. So it works really good. Since I've learned to do that, I've really cut down on how sensitive I am to them. So the thing is, we have 2 pounds of mushrooms in my original blue oyster mushroom recipe. So I have another piece here. So Basically, we have to slightly change this recipe to do, as I explained earlier, just shiitake mushrooms sell for twice as much at market. I don't want to charge twice as much for the soup, so we're gonna do some math, and we're gonna cut the mushrooms in half. So this recipe, to make 8 jars, to make 8 16-ounce jars, you need 2 pounds of mushrooms. So we're gonna cut that in half. We're gonna do 2 pounds, 1 pound of mushroom, and then add to the onions, which we have. The onion in this recipe is 2.25 pounds. So we're going to up that to 3.25 pounds to do this recipe for the shiitake. So the shiitakes are going to have half as much mushroom as my blue oyster soup. But like I said, I don't want to charge more because the shiitakes do sell for more at market. And people easily pay double for the oyster than the oyster mushrooms. It's because they are a true gourmet mushroom, the shiitake. And so is the blue oyster, but it's a chef's favorite, the shiitake. So in order to do that, we're gonna have 1 pound now of mushrooms. And like I said, this is the first time I've ever made this recipe. I have my own kind of recipe here, as you can see. Great River Mushrooms, cream and mushroom soup. I found the recipe kind of in an old magazine that was kind of from the 90s online. It was really hidden because I had to dig deep for it. And then I kind of changed it a little bit. I added my own wine, and then I did a couple other changes to it. And then you can also add a cream to it. There's an option for that. I obviously cannot add a cream into the base because then I can't sterilize it. The point of this is to have something that lasts long term. But it comes with an expiration date of a year. I have no doubt that if you could put it on the shelf for 5 years and eat it, and it would be fine. But I usually do the year just to be safe. So we're going to do 1 pound of mushrooms, and then we're going to up that to 3.25 pounds of onions. No math. We don't have to be here. As anybody knows, you don't have to be here if you win. That's my policy, because I know everybody's busy. So if you win $5, I'll contact you, Mike, or anybody, so you don't have to stick around. Plus, I want people to stick around because they want to watch and learn, not because they want to win something. So anybody can enter in and then leave and come back, and I don't require you to be here because I know I'm gonna be live for almost 3 or 4 hours or something, and I don't expect everybody to stay here the whole time. See you later, Mike. Hope you have a good night. Math hurts my brain. Well, good thing I only have to do the math once, because once I change this recipe and then I kind of cook it and I make sure that everything's good, because I may add just a slight more garlic, and it calls for 3 teaspoons of garlic, cloves crushed up. So I may add a little bit more than that, but other than that, the recipe won't change much. But that's good, yeah. But usually when the mushrooms, when you actually put the mushrooms into the chicken base, they shrink in half the size. Because as a mushroom cooks, it actually, I'm not really sure exactly the scientific reason why it shrinks, but the volume of it actually shrinks to about half. So the container is full here. By the time they're cooked, they'll fill half the container. But let's give away this first $5. Like I said, I'm gonna straight cash homie. Anybody else want to get in that? I'm gonna give them your Cash App, PayPal, you $5. I'm gonna do it again. And this is a gift from Great River Mushrooms to you, Misfit Island, or Great River, anybody watching anywhere. We got 27 people in here. We got 11 watching from my page, 15 from Misfit Island, and then we got nobody else anywhere else. So that's fine. It's fine because we got 27 lovely souls in here, and I appreciate every one of you. Oh, the mouse quit working. There we go. Soup on a cold day. Yeah. And I like making a variety of different soups. And the great thing about the chicken soup, this as well, is if you have digestive issues when you eat mushrooms, which a lot of people do, about 20% of the population, 20-25% of the population do have issues with eating mushrooms, for the fact that a mushroom has a very, very hard skin that needs cooked. So when it's in this mushroom soup, you literally eliminate a lot of those digestive issues that people may have when they actually eat a mushroom. So especially the shiitake mushroom, it has a very thick skin. But once it's cooked, I imagine it's gonna be very soft. Like I said, this is the first time I've actually made this particular recipe with the shiitake mushroom. So let's give away this $5. Smoke a little cannabis here. Hook up my charger here and bring this up a little bigger here. We'll go that screen. Straight cash, homie. What's up, Troy? What's going on? Good luck to everybody. I'm going to give it one more minute here if anybody else wants to get in here. Appreciate you too. I don't know if you're talking to me, but I appreciate you, Facebook user. There is no celery in this chicken in this particular mushroom base. I really didn't. I thought about adding celery. That is an ingredient I did, but it's kind of an ingredient that not particularly everybody likes. So I didn't put it in there. Plus, this recipe didn't call for it, and I wanted to keep the recipe more true to what it was. I really don't know how celery would mix with white wine when it's caramelized in onions. So. But I do love celery if I'm making a vegetable soup or a chili, which is kind of weird to put in celery chili, or maybe I don't know how other people like it, but I do like celery in a chicken vegetable or a chili. Turning it around. What am I turning around? Straight cash, homie. We got 33 people in here. Let's hit it. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. Well, $5. Hopefully that can buy you a coffee, maybe help you pay some bills. If you want, welcome to come over to Great River Mushrooms and buy some soup I'm going to be having. But I'm very thankful for you joining me tonight, Shannon. Appreciate you very much. And if you message me, Great River Mushrooms, anywhere your destination is, just message me or Venmo, Cash App, and I'll send it to you when the show is over. Can't really right now because my hands are full, literally, with gloves on. I'm trying to stay a little clean tonight. I got a little Germ-X next to me as well to help me keep sterile while I'm cooking. Even though we're going to cook all this, so it doesn't really matter. But I worked in a restaurant, so I know that cleanliness is very important. But shoot me your Venmo, and I'll get that to you. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. I do all three. Congratulations, though, Shannon. Thank you guys for all the congrats there. Congrats, Shannon. You can do the short crab here too. Let's get a little different background music, and let's hit it again. Let's give away $5 more. Let me write down her name too, so I don't forget. Shannon. We're going to give it away, and I'm going to light a little bowl here. No, I'm sorry, I said I was going to do some fecal oil, which I do sell on my website. It's very limited still. I probably only have like 4 of those left. But I make some potent-ass fecal oil, I'll tell you that. This shit is awesome. Shannon, thank you very much again. I'll take that off of there now. Turn that music down a little bit. We're partying over here, it sounds like now. We're partying over here, Misfit style, you guys. Let me get it back up first, John Doe. You'll I gotta get the giveaway back up for a second. Let me get it going here. We're gonna do the same thing again. Straight cash, homie. Nobody gave me the movie reference yet. What was that movie? What was that from? That reference to Straight Cash? Was it? For some reason, I feel like it was a Tom Cruise movie, but maybe it wasn't. Dave Chappelle, Tom Cruise, one of them two say that line. All right. Straight Cash, homie, it's back up and live. John Doe, you can hit it now. You can hit it now, John Doe. Woohoo. Let me get that Facebook user. Go into that StreamYard.com Facebook and give Facebook permission to show your name if you'd like to. Otherwise, you can stay anonymous, but you can't enter in the contest if you don't agree to that, because I can't tell who you are. There's that link. Send it out to all the stream, so anybody needs to do that as well. And let me bring that back up here. Straight Cash, homie. Straight Cash. Oh, we're live. Who added Rasta? I didn't know we were live on Rasta's page. Well, Rasta, did you just share that out there? But I didn't think I was live on your page. Oh, you sent it at the same time I did. It's confusing me over here, Rasta. The same time I sent it out, you did. Turn that down a little bit. All right, let's get on these this fecal oil. So when I do my fecal oil, I got a little container here for myself. Let me bring myself up here. Keep it in this little jar. You can see I got a whole bunch in here. And get a little bit on toothpick. This stuff is really thick. You can see there's no alcohol left in it. This is probably some of the best fecal oil I've ever made. And it's really potent. And just get a little bit on there. Put it on the toothpick. That's a nice little hit. And then we're going to just put it in my mouth. And the way I make my fecal, which I'll show you here, it's actually in the freezer right now. This is fecal oil in Everclear, and not fecal, cannabis in Everclear. The whole thing's full of Everclear, and then I freeze it for about 2 weeks, anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 months. And these are all different kind of strains, so this is more of a very full spectrum fecal oil. Because really, when I'm making fecal oil, I'm really trying to get as many cannabinoids as I can. So that's usually the stuff I make when I put a couple different strains in it, and it's really potent stuff. It has an immediate effect when I absorb it from inside my mouth. It is a little dry. It can cause cotton mouth, but that is given with any fecal oil. You can get cotton mouth. That's why I have a drink ready here. So I don't think it was yellow fecal. I think maybe that was the color you saw, but it's more like a greenish black. So maybe you saw a tint of yellow, but it doesn't have any yellow color to it. It's probably this light back here doing that, if you did see any yellow. But I do sell that for $25. I give my fecal oil, if you're a veteran or a senior citizen, I do, a veteran or a cancer patient. Cancer patients get it for free. I'm trying to remember how I did this. Veterans and people, I think it was senior citizens, get a 30% discount, and then so it's basically $18 if you're a vet or 65. And then if you're a cancer patient, private message me. I've already shipped one off to a man in Alaska. I really hope that it helps him. The fecal oil, if you do have cancer, is free. And if anybody wants to, tell anybody that, they're welcome to message me. But that is a limited supply. I don't always have it. So, but I'd love to help somebody keeping it out like that. Now we're gonna do the onions. Get going with the onions. So, RSO and fecal are they're the exact same thing. It's just one's extracted with ethanol and one's extracted with a more chemical process. So the process that I use is Everclear, which is the safer process. Now you can buy RSO oil from most of the dispensaries are chemically extracted, and we did a whole episode on this like a month ago, where we did talk about this and more. And I can't remember exactly. It's ethanol versus something else, and one's just a little bit harsher, but you're still going to get the same effect and pretty much the same looking material, if whether it's RSO or FICO. So those words are kind of interchanged the incorrect way, and really the difference is the way they're extracted. Hopefully that makes it a lot more clear. But either way, you get the same product. So if you get the FICO and you have RSO oil, you're really not going to notice the difference in taste. It's just the way they're extracted and which one you prefer, more natural or do you want more of a chemical. But Everclear is very good to use because it has a wheat in it that the cannabis likes to attach to a lot easier than say a chemical extraction and the only reason they do it in chemical extraction is because they're doing it in bulk at a lot of these places that produce it. So when you're doing it in bulk, a chemical extraction is a lot more affordable and a lot more profit margin doing it that way than if they were doing an ethanol extraction with, say, Everclear. So that's really the reason that a lot of those people do it that way. A lot of the facilities that make these products for the dispensaries is for that reason, because their profit margins are higher, and it would just be really hard to use ethanol, buy a whole bunch of Everclear, and then try to extract it that way, and it would be a lot messier. So really, that would be more or less the difference. So you don't really see FICO at all at a dispensary. I don't think I ever have. You definitely see the RSO because they're all chemically extracted. I would consider senior, probably 65 or older. Still go with that. What's going on, Joe? How you doing? Mixed it with RSO and put a little butter on it. Put a little butter in it. All right. I appreciate you guys all joining me. We got 21 lovely people, and I forget that I didn't add this up here because I removed it. Straight cash, homie. We're doing another giveaway. Giving away $5. I already gave away $5, and that's for Great River Mushrooms. And now we're gonna add my other camera back up. Nope, somewhere. There we go. Got these gnats. Gnats are still crazy. So we're just going to de-peel these onions and then put them in the freezer so they don't bother me as much. And then they're going to go through, they're going to get cut into 1/4-inch pieces. And I usually just take off the 2 layers of the onion. Obviously you want all the white you can. These are onions from Sam's Club. Honestly, some of the best onions I've ever bought. Even. I'm just going to cut them into 4ths. And I cut them into 4ths so that they will go through that little cutting machine I got that really, I can cut 10 pounds of onions in like 3 minutes. And now we're running out of containers, so get more bowls here. And if we have 7 pounds of mushrooms, that means we can make this recipe 7 times. So we're looking at 7 times 8. Like I thought I could make about 40 jars of this. Let me get my phone out and do a little math. And we're doing 3.25 pounds of onions per recipe. So we can times 3.25 times 7. We need 22.75 pounds of onions, which I think is maybe all the onions I have. think they were 10-pound bags. But cut these onions up, stick them in here, and plant them all. Appreciate you guys all joining me tonight. Up, put a little butter in any of them. Get all these onions all peeled. They're already kind of stinging my eyes. How sensitive I am to onions. So, how many people are ultra sensitive to onions out there? Well, that's almost 2 pounds of onion. I think we do have 22 pounds. I got a whole bunch over there. But I don't remember what Sam's Club sells them in. I think they're 10 to maybe 12 pounds. But they're awesome onions. I use like I said, I use the yellow onions in my soup because I really just love the flavor. There we go. Steam off of that one. And then they're giant onions. They each weigh like a pound per pound. Let's turn the vent on because they're starting to get to me here. Hopefully that's not loud to you guys. Then I'll have to crack the window because those onions are getting to me. That's a little better. Who's in jail, Rasta? Somebody's in Facebook jail, huh? Well, I appreciate it, Joe. It's hard to eat the mushrooms that don't get me. Yeah. Honestly, I've been having issues eating them as well. They've been causing a couple digestive issues. I haven't been eating a lot of the mushrooms until I get that figured out more. I can eat my soup all day. I don't have issues eating that. Some of these are being pain in the ass to peel. Here we go. I want to splash a little onion juice up in the air. It didn't get in my eyes, but it definitely got some onion. We got about 4 pounds of mushrooms, 4 pounds of onions in there now. Some giant onions. But get that hashtag homie, guys. We're giving away $5. You get Great River Mushrooms is. I appreciate everything you guys do from help me grow this company that I'm growing. It was a great year. Great year last year locally for me and on internet sales as I started my website. And getting there. This is a giant onion. This one probably weighs a pound and a half. Somebody growing giant onions and selling them to Sam's Club. trying to get it peeled. There we go. Eyes are starting to burn. Peeling lemons suck. And then you gotta remember not to touch your eyes. Whatever you do, don't touch your eyes. All right, we got 6 pounds of probably not going to make the full 22. I think we'll just make 24 jars maybe. So that'll be this recipe times 3. And then I need about 10 pounds of onions. Man. I'm having a little trouble peeling some of these. This one actually had just a chunk that was a little yellow. Cut it off. Did my camera go off? Huh. Disconnected for a second and came back. Onions. Go. I like it when it peels that easy. Cutting these in the quarters so they can go through my machine over here. And freeze them for 10 minutes. I would do about we'll do 3.25 times 4. That should give us 32 jars, about 30 jars of soup. And we'll use 13 pounds of mushrooms, or 13 pounds of onions. And then tomorrow we're going to be running a special locally in Quincy. Not special, but I'm definitely going to try to move a lot of these shiitake mushroom soup for the holidays. And I do deliver. If you live in Quincy, I will deliver locally. I did that today to a guy, so just private message me about how to get one, and I'll deliver it for before the holidays hit. That onion about squirted me in the eye. That was close. When you get squirted by onions, I don't know how that didn't sting, but it got close. Appreciate you sharing the website there, Rasta. Almost there, 9 pounds and lots of onions. £10. Shots are getting that 0 items bag. Oh, that stinks. stinks. Appreciate y'all joining me. Don't forget to hit that straight cash homie. I'm giving out $5. Go out to your friends, invite them to Misfit Island, and or invite them to Great River Mushrooms. I do plan on doing a lot more lives with the mushroom company, including live in the lab and more lives in the kitchen, as I introduce more products and teach people how to know how I make them. We're just getting these onions all prepped. 13 pounds, I think, is onions. It's cut up really fast with this little machine I have. So, well, it's not a machine. The guillotine. The guillotine will cut up all these onions and it's really fast. When I bought that thing, because the first time I made this, I cut up all the onions by hand. Man, that was not fun. I had to slam down the guillotine and oh man, this is being a pain. It's some of it not coming out. Go. We're getting there. I think one more onion. It's almost 12 pounds, 11 pounds. I need 13 pounds. £13 of mushrooms. And this should make about 30 jars, 16-ounce jars of the shiitake. And then I'll be able to make another batch probably tomorrow or some other day with the remainder, because I think I need a couple more onions. But my pan only fits so much. I only have 2 pans, so I can only really make so much. And we're about to see how much I do make. This is the most I've ever made at once. I usually make them. I've never made this big of a batch. I figured it was a good time to go live and talk more about it. So one more hit. This should be 13 pounds. £13 of yellow onions that have had the skin moved, peeled. There we go. That should do us for 13 pounds. Maybe just a little more. Maybe about 6 ounces. It should be this little portion here. And there we go. We got 13 pounds. We're going to put that in the freezer now. Like I said, the freezer for 10 minutes with your onions will definitely help keep them from, being sensitive to your eye. Make a little brew more here. Stick that whole container in here. There we go. Turn the freezer up a little bit. What we're gonna do. And there we go. Now they're in the freezer, and so they won't mess with my eyes. That's a really good tip if you have issues with cutting up onions. Just put them in the freezer for 10 minutes. But I appreciate everybody joining me tonight. You guys are pretty awesome. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Sent 13 more recent emails. I don't know. You email people to join? Interesting. What's going on, Joe? How you doing? Oh, Joe, I appreciate it. Sure, she appreciates that too. You're awesome, Joe. Well, that's awesome. Apparently it worked. That's awesome, Donna. Right? Everywhere is different. The age of a senior citizen, I guess, is different. Yeah. They moved the retirement. They made that older for military, so retirement age for military is older now too. It's gonna clean up our mess as we go along here, and then we're gonna take care of this garlic. Not worried about the floor. We'll clean that up later because onion peels fall everywhere. Alrighty. But ever doing straight cash, homie, hit that cash tag. We're giving away $5 tonight. Pretty lovely folks. Now we're gonna start mashing some garlic. Start mashing it. Getting all this crap out of here. Paper, what we call it. But I definitely use fresh garlic. And sometimes some of the pieces get old, like that one there. There we go. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's having a wonderful Tuesday night. I kind of forget what night it is because the season for roofing is kind of getting slower, so I'm able to do a lot more of what I want to during the day. Make my soup. We're just getting this paper stuff out of here, and then we're going to take all the other paper out of the other garlic. But this is just a loose paper. What we call it. Toss that in the trash. You'll probably need about 3 whole bulbs, my guess. Love when they say it says 3 cloves of garlic in the recipe, but every garlic clove is kind of different shape, so they should more or less describe it in teaspoons, tablespoons, which I broke it down to make it easier to understand. But, there's so many different sizes of garlic cloves that what exactly is 3 garlic cloves. But I broke it down because they didn't, so I will start cracking some shells of garlic. And I need to get my little machine, but I have a little chopping machine to break this up. And let me go. Oh, it's right here. See if you get the blade for it. Which we got this blade here, and one of the blades actually broke off, but it actually works still just fine because I'm not chopping anything small. But we use this little chopper to chop our garlic up because I don't like it. I actually kind of picky to what size the garlic is inside of the soup. So I don't get it down to a mush, but I get it more to a nice size piece of garlic inside the soup. We'll show here when I start chopping it up. But we're gonna start shelling it, throwing it in there. These are really big pieces, so it makes breaking it up really easy. And all you gotta do is, hit it with your knife, as most people know, crunch it, and the skin peel will fall right off. But this stuff will be a little more stubborn. And it's because it's a little rotten, so lost that piece. I'm just going to peel it and then throw the pieces in this chopper. And eventually we'll chop it up, and we're going to need, I believe, 10 teaspoons of garlic for this whole recipe. Just did the math in my head real fast, but that may be. Throwing garlic everywhere. Well, I appreciate you joining me, Shane. Appreciate it very much. Doctors don't seem concerned. Ours works. Does that mean it's? I have no idea. Cannabis treats so many different things. So just because it treated something on your skin doesn't mean it's cancer. It makes wounds heal faster and other things. So more or less need to see your doctor to get, diagnosed with cancer properly. That dope music, that's that Misfit Island music. Roasted garlic. Peeling these big old chunks of garlic. Once I get the soup going, man, I wish I could share the smell of what the soup, but once I actually chop this all up, the soup process is really quick. The actual cooking all of it. So I'll break it up pretty easily. I got a lot better at it. When I first made the soup, I was horrible at garlic. And you get faster as you get more skillful with something, obviously. And I thought about buying peeled garlic, and I do have some jars that I could do some experiments with. It's actually like a sweet garlic, which I have it right here. So eventually I may find a product that's already peeled. I don't know. This is garlic, pickled garlic. So I might do a small batch of some soup with that particular garlic. It's not going to be my mainstay garlic unless it tastes delicious. Then maybe I will. But pickled garlic. Does anybody else have pickled garlic? Sweet pickled garlic, I should say, more specifically. And I'll tell you what the ingredients are here in a second. So. Simple ingredients, hand-packed in small batches for wholesome goodness. And it basically has garlic, vinegar, water, sugar, salt, and trace amounts of sodium, and lactic acid. So that's interesting. You got sugar, garlic, and those other things in there. It's just sitting in there, so it's just absorbing all that sugar. But I try to avoid sugar. In fact, I don't even have sugar in my house. I don't buy sugar. If I'm going to use any kind of sugar, I use honey or some kind of raw in the sugar, whatever that sugar brand is. But this is the best kind of sugar that I use right here, man. Honey's the best. It's healthy. So I started getting rid of sugar in my diet a couple months ago, and especially in my coffee diet. We all add so much sugar to our coffee. But again, hit that hashtag homie. We're giving away for $5. We got one winner. That's from Great River Mushrooms. I appreciate you guys so much for everything you guys done to me over the last full year. That piece of garlic's trying to grow, so we cut that little portion off. Fill the whole thing, actually. I don't know how much garlic we have yet, but we need, I think, to 9 tablespoons. Well, it's gonna be more like 12 teaspoons of garlic in this particular recipe. I think I may have it in weight too. Let me look at the 6 garlic cloves, 3 teaspoons. That's all it says. I thought it used to have the weight on it, but it's hard to measure the teaspoons until you obviously you crush it down. I'll know, have a better idea what you have here. I appreciate everybody joining me tonight. It is 6:20 in the Central Time on the beautiful Tuesday night. Over here on the island of the Misfits. How's the weather where you're at? There we go. Well, let's crush this all up and then see how much we have. Now we threw 3 whole cloves in there, so I'm assuming it should be plenty. A few pieces left. Other than that, I used all 3 cloves. There we go. All right, I'm gonna put the cap on this and I'm gonna chop this all up. Choppy chop. Put the lids on right. Then we just hit it. Again, that's a good chopped garlic there, but I'm gonna I'm down here. I'm gonna chop it up a little more. And that's about how big I like it. A little smaller. Now we're going to make sure that we have enough. Let me do my math here again because we're doing 3 teaspoons. Three teaspoons times 4, we're doing 12 teaspoons. And if anybody tell me how many teaspoons in I think it's 4 teaspoons in a tablespoon. I should know that, but I don't. One US teaspoon. So 3 teaspoons equal 1 tablespoon. So I need 4 tablespoons. So we're going to do 4 tablespoons of garlic. I'm just going to measure that out and put it in here to make sure I have enough. And then we'll add it to the recipe. So you know, 1, 2. I'm probably just going to add it all. 3, 4. I don't think that's enough anyway. So we needed 12. And I think I'm going to just double it because that will make up for the lack of onions. Three teaspoons. That just doesn't seem like enough because I've definitely added a lot more than that. So we'll probably change that in the recipe. I'm going to add twice as much garlic in the future. I'm going to mark that down. 6 teaspoons, go 2 tablespoons and every 8 cups, but that's more manageable. You can never have too much garlic, that's for sure. So like I said, this is an ever-changing recipe, so we're going to make sure we add, but it is 6 teaspoons, which is about what it is. So add it all. Sorry, 6 tablespoons. We got our garlic all ready now, so we're good from there. Crushed up to a consistency that I kind of like. You can see I like it to be chunky, but I like it to be kind of smaller, so. Clean up our mess as we go along, as always. The floor can be messy, but the table got all this garlic on it. There we go. Now we get to chopping. We can chop the mushrooms or onions first. But we could start putting this in the pan, I believe. So the garlic we'll put in the pan as well because it's going to go in first anyway. So we're going to start getting this ready over here. And as you can see, we just have a pan here. I think this is a 30-quart pan from Walmart. Nothing special. And we're gonna boil it. Brett's gonna get it up to boiling here when we put everything in here. So we got the garlic in. We're gonna throw the butter in as well now too, since that is the first thing. Garlic butter, as well as the onions. And so this particular recipe is gonna get 4 tablespoons times 4 of butter. So I think that was multiplying times everything times 4. 3.25 times 4. I always check my math twice. 4 times 4, we got 16 tablespoons of butter. And I believe 16 tablespoons is 2 full sticks. And we just use a salted sweet caramel. So I try to use a little bit more salt in these, so I don't have to add salt like the recipe calls for. So, like for instance, and then whenever you do a recipe, you should always take this into account because salt content is very important, especially when you're making a soup. Always pay attention to how much salt is inside of the broth. This particular broth is it's in the mid salty level. There are ones that have more, but it has a 37% per serving salt rate. So just remember that. So with this particular recipe, I actually had half the salt that it actually calls for because I know that the chicken broth has the salt as well as the butter. So I use the salted butter in this product as well. And we use Prairie Farms. We have which is around here, and I don't know if anybody's knows about Prairie Farms. 2 full sticks in this particular recipe. And we'll just put this right here. So you can add it. The soup cam. Thanks, Joe. We're gonna get it start going here when the soup starts cooking, and everybody's gonna get hungry, including myself. So I have not eaten yet today because I wanted to try this. This is the first time I've made it. I obviously need to try it before I sell it. We got our butter, we got our garlic in there. Now we're gonna get on the onions. Get the onions again. We're gonna move the laptop over to the chopping station. We got the chopping station. And by the way, I saw Ronald Blackwell doing this earlier. He won this crystal the other day on the show, and I bought one myself, so because I thought it was awesome. So this is the crystal that Ronald won the other on Misfits After Dark on Sunday. And look at this. This thing has it's hard to see, but there's a Tree of Life in there, which is the same logo as Great River Mushrooms. I used the Tree of Life logo. I did not know it was in there, so I kind of find it ironic that I bought something with my own symbol in it, but that's the way the universe works. So that's funny. But yeah, Ronald, if he's still here, you're gonna love that. That crystal. So the onions have been in the freezer for about 10 minutes. I have this chopper here with this pan that's going to catch all the onions in this big ass pan here. So we're just going to start putting them in here with the guillotine. Just chop onions like that. Hopefully it ain't too loud, but it's from my, I don't think it's too loud. So we cut it, that's why we cut them into quarters, so they would fit into this machine here. And this guillotine is amazing. It's obviously a commercial style guillotine that you would see in a restaurant. So don't chop your finger off though. And I got about 5 minutes before these things start to irritate my eyes. And then I'll have to put it back into the freezer. I don't think I'm able to cut them off. And we're going, these are quarter size. This is a quarter size chopper. So it's going to be cutting them into quarter size pieces. So it's not really going to be a full cream base. It's more or less going to be quarters of mushrooms, quarters of onions, and not like more like a cream of mushroom, but it's still a cream of mushroom soup. Just like that, chop a half a pound of onions. That was a big onion. And again, it's not bothering my eyes. The fact that I froze these, the liquid inside of them is now in the suspended stage of not being a liquid. Obviously, it's more frozen. So what happens when you get irritated by onions is that liquid goes into the air in a vapor form, and then irritates your eyes. So that's why the freezing your onions works so well to keep from burning your eyes. I don't want to wear goggles, doing this, because I obviously need to see very well. So I don't want to have to wear goggles while I'm cutting onions. Using this machine, which can be dangerous if you get your finger in there, obviously. So. But I'll know when they're kind of unfreezing for my eyes. Kind of start getting irritated the minute they'll just put them back in the freezer. 5 minutes. And some of these you have to just throw back in there because they don't chop up. But we got a lot here. Chop, chop, everybody. Get in that hashtag too. Let's give out $5. We're going to win $5 again tonight, folks. I appreciate all of you. Joe, what's going on, Joe? Alec, I appreciate you too. I've been back live for 2 days, and I've seen you in a lot of the comments. Alec, I appreciate you very much, brother. And I look forward to getting to know everybody else here in the Misfit Island. I know a lot of you guys, so we got the normal people here. We got some people local to me as well. Debbie, I saw you in here, Debbie. What's going on? Debbie's a friend local to me, so I'm sure she's going to try this stuff. She literally lives 2 blocks away from me. So after the live's over, you can come over, Debbie, and try something if you want. Need some taste testers. So we got a majority of the cut, or half of them, and this pan's getting full. So we're going to dump this into our soup can. Now we're going to set up our actual soup can into our. We're going to cook the soup. So let me move this camera. The soup can. And the battery is kind of dying, so we can plug it back into the battery. And once we get these onions cut, we're about to start just heating this up and start the whole process. But usually this whole process takes an hour, almost 2 hours. But the fact that I like to talk is kind of slowing me down. So. I think he's sitting there listening to nothing, so I do try to talk and educate what I'm doing. That's a crap load of onions, isn't it, folks? Look at that. Big old pile of yellow onions. I love yellow onions. I eat them raw. People find that nuts, but all right, we're good. Can you see the camera? Yeah, you can see the soup can. So we're gonna throw all these onions in, and it's kind of hard to dump them in there. So I got a special tool for that. We got this little flat hand thing here. You can scoop them up, dump them in. Because if you try to dump that into the pan, you can have a catastrophe. You got 7 pounds of onions on the floor, and that's not good. Scoop and dump. And we got a lot of onions to caramelize here. I don't even know if they're all going to fit in the pan. But if they don't, I do have another pan anyway, so it's not a big deal. I got 2 pans of these. We'll just split in half if it gets too full. Which I have a feeling it will. Which in that case, should have split it up before I put all the onions in. But that's I think it will fit in there, but it's going to be full. But what we could do is cook the mushrooms separate and then combine them because they will shrink a lot. So I'm trying to think about how to do this because I have so many. But that's what we do. This learn from it. So we're gonna start caramelizing these since we have so many. I'm turning that heat on. Make sure my wires are out of the way. Go. And I think the camera went off. I did not realize it went off, but we're back on. Sorry, guys. So we're gonna get that butter to melt and start caramelizing them onions. Love raw onions. Everybody loves them. We got some raw onion people. I like it too. We'll cut up the rest of these onions. And they're still okay. Still not burning my eyes. Been out for probably 5 minutes. But my past experience, that's usually the limit when they start to thaw out a little bit now. But we're gonna add a little white wine to that. I forgot that as well. So we have a Moscato white wine base that we're gonna add into the onions that caramelize with it. Only adding half of what's required in the recipe, and then I'm gonna add the other half when I start to put it in the crock pot. So this recipe calls, it's gonna be 2/3 a cup of white wine times 4, and whatever that is. So we're going to 0.666 times 4. So 2 2/3 cups. The wine we're going to do. So we're going to do a cup and a half, a cup inside of this right now to caramelize the onions with. We got 1 cup. I like to do a cup and a half. I like doing it as well. Dump that in there and caramelize that onion with that butter and that white wine base. Again, this stuff I opened up like a month ago, so it's not really going to be something I want to drink. But really, when you're cooking with wine, it can be old wine. That's why you don't ever throw wine away, because you can still cook with it. And people don't realize that. They end up they open a bottle of wine, don't drink it, and they toss it. They don't realize that they can cook with it, add a little more complex flavor to your food. That's the reason you can't drink it after a while is because it gets bitter and stuff. But when you cook it, that stuff, those flavors that really hold wine together, what you want out of into your recipe. We got the caramelizing onions. See that over there? That's those beautiful white onions. We're going to get to a translucent color. And as obviously people know what a caramelized onion looks like. And this is the same device. I'm going to use a cup of mushrooms, and the mushrooms will go in separately. So I think the other thing, like I said, because they do shrink in half, and but before they shrink, they may not all actually fix the pan. But we'll fix that problem when it comes. So that's what I do. Do this once, we learn from it, and then we kind of do it differently next time to make it easier. Just like I did this onion process. When I first did it, it literally took 3 hours to cut up onions, and now I have this thing. I don't get teary-eyed. You can literally just cut them up in minutes instead of hours. And these devices, this is actually only $80 on Amazon. It's pretty affordable. It is a commercial version, so this is one that you would see in a restaurant. So that's a pretty good price in my opinion for a piece of restaurant. And this, I've had this for like a year now. It's really good quality. I'm really impressed with it. Got some paper on that one. I don't like getting that paper in my onion. That onion paper. All right, we got all the onions cut up now. I'm gonna toss the rest of it in there. And we got my little scooper here. And I think you should still be able to see it. So we're gonna add the rest of these onions into the pan here, which is caramelized right now. It is on about medium-high heat. And we're gonna get a spatula here and keep stirring it. Let that butter melt the bottom. Add some more of the onions. Whole pan's gonna be onions, but onions shrink a little bit too. What I'm more than likely gonna have to do is make these in separate containers and then put them together in a 5-gallon food grade bucket, which I have some of those. Then we'll can put it in containers or jars. So that's, I think, the best way to do it. Put the thought of my mind on how to do this. So hopefully you can hear me over there. I know the volume's over there. But as I was saying, this container's probably got too many. By the time I put mushrooms and my onions in, it's gonna be way full. So I'm gonna have to solve that problem by doing them separate and then putting them into a 5-gallon food grade bucket. Before I put them in the jars to sterilize. These are all going to be canned. I got all the jars back here. I have 40 jars. I'm ready to go. Got the pressure cookers down here ready to go as well. Pressure cook. We may not show that part of the line. We may end it to see. So we're going to turn up the heat a little more now to get this going a little faster. And we got butter, onions, garlic, 13 pounds of onions. We got 7 tablespoons of garlic. We got 16 tablespoons of butter in here, and then we have a cup and a half of some of this white wine, some of this local stuff that we have in Quincy, Illinois. Some Barefoot, Moscato. Don't forget to get in that contest. Straight cash. We're gonna give them $5 out here. And now I think we're ready to just chop up these mushrooms. So we'll get the pan back out. And the mushrooms are really easy to do as well with this chopper. And we're gonna have to. Where's the other pan at? There it is. Looking for my other pan. Hopefully the mushrooms fit in there. But we're only using 4 pounds of the mushrooms. So we're not using all of them. I keep forgetting that. So 4 pounds would be these 2 containers. These are each 2-pound containers of the shiitake mushrooms. So we're just going to put them in here and start chopping. And some of the bigger ones, you gotta have to do them in quarters and then put them back there and then just chop them up. So once in a while, if you do buy my soup, you may get a big piece. No big deal. Most of them will put under there and chop. We're gonna chop up 4 pounds of mushrooms. But now I think I'll all fit in there because I kept thinking I was gonna have to put all 7 pounds in there, but I keep remembering I only made this recipe to do 4 pounds. And this is gonna do 32 pounds of 32 jars, 16-ounce jars of soup. So what I'm making tonight, it should. So usually it's a little less, so I'm going to 30. It should be what I get. Straight cash, homie. Who got sprayed? I got sprayed with an onion? I hope not. I'm just glad I got all the onions cut up without dying, so that's good. Now they're all caramelizing behind me, as you can see. I can see as well while I'm cutting up. Nice little cubes of shiitake mushrooms now, ready for soup. This is going to be awesome, guys. We're about to see, make a soup that's not made very much. As far as I know, I don't think it's ever been made with shiitakes. Yeah, look at that giant one. That's a beautiful shiitake. Got to show that one off. A little tougher to cut out. Yeah, I'm going to keep stirring those onions up. And cut loose of mushrooms. We got 2 pounds cut up now. And we're probably going to put these in the other container with the broth. So this particular recipe gets 6 cups of chicken broth per, so we're going to times it times 4. So we're going to do 4 cups of chicken broth. I believe that's right, 24 cups. And I have a whole bunch sitting over here. If I remember, 32 ounces is how many cups? Somebody remind me. I got to remember this stuff. Sometimes horrible. 32 ounces, the cups is 4 cups. Okay. So we got 4 cups. We're going to need 24, so we're going to need 6 of these chicken broth containers to have ready right here. So we'll just continue to cut these up and then we're going to add it to the chicken broth so the mushrooms will actually shrink down in the broth. So we have this other pan here and we're going to start dumping the broth in. So we got 6 of these equal 24 cups of chicken broth. Which is that's what the liquid is inside when you buy it. The chicken broth base. I have used beef broth, but I don't think it's as good as chicken broth. And plus, a lot of the cream of mushroom soups actually use chicken broth as well. So when you buy cream of mushroom from the store, a majority of them do have chicken broth in them. We got 3 in now. 3 more here. Smells delicious. And I'm stocked up on my broth. I don't really have enough to do this about 5 times. So I have plenty of the shiitake soup, folks, if you're interested. Then we'll start turning that on. We're going to start throwing that. And now we're going to add the mushrooms into this. And we're doing this a little bit different than I have before, just for the fact that we're making a lot more now. I have to learn how to do that anyway to increase profit margins. You have to learn how to do it more, obviously more efficiently and faster. Speed is money when you own your own business. We'll probably dump these in here now. This is getting pretty full. I'm going to chop up the rest. So we're just going to scoop them. I know you can't see from there, but you can from over here. Going to scoop the mushrooms into the broth. And they'll eventually start to sink from the juice and float once they get liquid. They will sink. There's a lot of mushrooms. Got a lot of them in there. I'll finish cutting up the rest. And start getting rid of some of the stuff out of the way. And stir that. We're going to stir those mushrooms into the cream or into the broth. We want them to start shrinking so we can fit them in this other pan. Which mushrooms decrease, they actually shrink in half after you start to hydrate them and heat them. They do shrink a lot. So again, if you're just joining me tonight, get in that straight homie, cash homie. Once I'm done cutting up these mushrooms, I'm gonna give that away. And I'll be pretty much done with the hard part of it. Giving away $5 tonight. Thanks to Great River Mushrooms. Appreciate all of you guys' support over the last year. You guys are awesome, helping me grow my small business here that I do part-time. But yeah, if you're just joining me, we're making some cream of mushroom shiitake soup. This is the first time I've ever made it. I actually have a blue oyster and an elm oyster strain, but I've never used shiitake. So we are creating something very new tonight, and hopefully something that is very tasty and unique, and my customers will really like. Oh, that poor giant shiitake. That son of a shiitake. Sometimes you gotta destroy a beautiful mushroom, but you know, it has to get eaten at one point. Got them all cut up here. Broth, chicken broth that we have behind us. And then we'll be done with mushroom and onion part. Garlic is in there as well. Let that there for a second. Watch it scoop. And thankfully, the mushrooms shrink half the size, so I don't do it. That's pretty full. But usually, the broth ratio to mushroom ratio is just enough to submerge all the mushrooms. It looks like it will here. Push those down. But yeah, the mushrooms are already starting to shrink. The minute they saturate, they do tend to shrink, and apply heat, and they shrink even more. So these are really these beautiful shiitake. But once in a while, you may get a big chunk, and you know what? That's how you know it's homemade. That's how you know it's not made in the factory. When you may get a chunk or two there of some shiitake mushroom, and then you know you get that one of that homemade recipe with small batch recipes, you know. All right. Take these gloves off because they actually got the holes on it anyway. Had them on for so long. Beautiful mushrooms, appreciate it. Made with love. So now we're gonna we use fresh herbs as well. So the dried thyme, I actually use straight thyme. I gotta get that out of the fridge. If I'm saying that correctly, I know everybody kind of said that word differently, but we have some fresh right here. And we're gonna put that into our here. We're gonna pull a little bit off. We get a clean pan here. I feel like you get every dish out when you make something, so I gotta clean up as I go so it's not in my way. And we're gonna keep stirring this recipe. We gotta caramelize a really big pan of onions, as you can see here. So the butter's not completely melted yet, but we have onions, garlic, should stir it a little more now. They're really caramelizing at the bottom, but that's that yellow brown color that you really want in your onions. We're gonna add a little bit of broth into here as well. So we'll scoop some broth. So we're eventually gonna add the mushrooms. So there we go. We're getting that caramelization. The onions are turning yellow. Getting all that garlic into there too. There we go. See that beautiful yellow, brownish yellow. And the brown is actually from the wine. I noticed when I started adding the wine to caramelize my onions, it would it would brown the onions a little bit. It's not big. That's not really doesn't matter because eventually these are all going to be with the broth. And we'll get some of this thyme out and start peeling it off of the branches here. Turn that heat down too. But I have used thyme that was not like this, and I did notice a difference in flavor. So I went back to using, actually using stuff thyme off of the herb, because the freshness is just it adds too much good flavor that you have to really use it. So we're using 1 teaspoon, 2 teaspoons. So we're gonna need about 12 teaspoons of dried thyme. If I remember, I don't remember how much is equal to 1 teaspoon, but we'll just peel a whole bunch of it here. Made with love, she's right. Grew oregano this year for the first time. Garden New Year, yeah. It's awesome. I do not grow these. I mean, eventually I'd love to, but to reduce costs. But I mean, it's a pretty affordable herb. You can get one of these, this container full in the Walmart, for $1.50. So it's not something that's expensive. But it is pretty cool to grow your own herbs and then know where it came from. We got some of that fresh thyme flavor. Thyme, whatever you want to call it. There it is, that everything's caramelized nice in here. All the butter's melting. Our mushrooms are starting to shrink too, so we can start almost add these in. We really want these in one pan. Turn down that heat in about 5 more minutes, and the cream of the chicken broth, the mushrooms will shrink enough for me to combine into that pan of onions. So doing a little peeling of the thyme off of the vine. And I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it just did. Straight cash, homie. Once we get all this in the soup, we're gonna give somebody some cash. I was just been live for 2 hours and 30 minutes. I appreciate every one of you guys joining me, even if you came through, had to leave. Don't forget to hit that reaction, that love button, that like button. Share it with your friends, invite them to Misfit Island, because we got a lot of good content coming, guys. Not just me, but the other content creators as well. Some of this thyme doesn't come off easily, but that's sometimes you just gotta. And how much do we got now? You do probably want to grind it up a little, so we'll chop it up a little bit more. Get the magic bullet. So we got a magic bullet chopper. We're just going to throw that herb in there real quick to kind of get it to a smaller level. So we'll just keep peeling a little bit more. And then eventually just grind all that thyme up. Look at that caramelized onions, guys. Looking beautiful, isn't it? It's going to be delicious. And this is the first time I've done a 2-camera setup, and it's actually worked successfully. Usually I have a lot of issues with echoes and stuff, but I was able to successfully eliminate it. And we got a couple more. That fresh thyme. Thyme. I want to try the mushroom soup too. I haven't tried this particular one, so I'm excited. A little more stirring here. Got that fresh. Very fresh herbs into the mushroom soup. Does anybody ever use the stems either? I mean, do the stems have some of the same flavor? I doubt it. But I wonder how they pick this all in the soup when they actually make it into a, you know, the flour part. Somebody peel all this themselves? Gotta love it when it just comes right off sometimes. You just pull it and there we go. Smells really fresh. You can't get any fresher than peeling it off of it. So now we're gonna grind it up again. See how much we have here after we put it on the magic bullet. We got some fresh chopped up thyme now. We're probably almost to the point where we can add this. It'll be a little, shrink a little more. Like I said, the longer mushrooms get warmer, they do tend to shrink a lot, about 50%. So I'm just wondering if we can fit it all in there. So we need 8 teaspoons of the thyme, whatever. Probably 5, maybe 3 more. Just a little bit more. And we'll have all of our main spices in. We do have a little bit of salt and pepper to add. And that's about it. We got it all. A little bit of sea salt and some black pepper. This is also the first time I grounded it up, but I also like these are really chunky, so we want to get more of the herb into the soup and mix it a little bit better. So I think grinding up is the way to go. What's going on, Mike? Mushrooms. How can you not love the fungi? The fungi or the fungi? And that should be right there. That should be enough. We'll grind that up in our magic bullet. Toss that in our recipe, and we got our thyme ready. And now we're going to start dumping. Well, you may have to just scoop it out to get it going. This is probably what we're going to do here. We'll just scoop it out of here with this thing that we need to get. Start scooping it into here. I didn't want to dump it and the can just dropping everywhere. So we'll get some of it out of there yet. It should all fit in there. We're going to put a little bit in there too and start stirring it and mixing it all together. I'm really getting the soup. Look at that. Put some onions in with the garlic, thyme, the broth, everything. It's just beautiful. Let's dump the rest in there now. We got just enough room. As you can see, that pan is full. And it will get shrink a little bit. Like I said, it'll shrink down a little. But we did make 30 jars of soup, so what do you expect? Let me get a spatula and get the rest of that out. 30 16-ounce jars is what my goal is here. That's what's in this container, so at least that's what I think. Start moving more of this out of the way. Now that we've really got a lot of it done. But look at that beautiful, beautiful soup footage, folks. Start cleaning up this mess and then kind of take a cannabis break. Who wants to smoke some cannabis? And watch the soup. Got to get the soup to boiling, then it's going to sit for a bit. I'm going to jar it up. We got so many bowls sitting everywhere. Bowls. Yeah, I had some leftover onion too. Everybody said they like that raw onion. I do as well. Delicious. What's your favorite onion? Everybody like a yellow onion? That's my favorite. I really make white onion or white, all kinds of different stuff. But the yellow, the great yellow onion is still my favorite. There's one here. So we're going to start mixing this up really well. We should get the mushrooms start going and shrinking. And we'll mix that onion in the bottom. And really start mixing it well. But yeah, as they say, when you may have a messy kitchen, that means you usually made one hell of a recipe. It's kind of a mess. And you're using fresh ingredients, making it very fresh. Of course, I got onions in my laptop. Damn. I'm trying to get it all in the trash can now. Then we gotta add our pepper. So like I said, we haven't added the pepper yet. And this is my favorite part. Since I found this excellent pepper, this is cracked pepper non-irradiated, non-irradiated, non-GMO, non-ETO, and it's a coarse cut for bold flavor. So it really has a bold flavor that is added into my soup. You wouldn't think pepper could really change the flavor, but it really is bold. So we do. It doesn't really require much for that 1 teaspoon per recipe. So we're doing 4 teaspoons of pepper. That's all it's going to get. So we'll measure that out and add it into the recipe now. And I usually like to add it and then stir it, and then add it and then stir it, so you can get that pepper throughout the soup. We stir it a little bit, and then we're going to drop some more in there. That's half the pepper now. And like I said, this is very strong pepper. Like it really, if anybody else, I found this stuff at Menards, this particular brand. You want to try it. It really doesn't take much pepper to add to your food. It really adds bold flavor. And I believe it's just because they actually use real ingredients in the pepper. And that's the 3rd teaspoon. Now we're going to add 1 more and we'll have our pepper in. Bam! Got a bam! And we have to add another 1.5 cups of our secret recipe. So when I caramelize the onions, I'm adding 1.5 cups, or I'm adding half of what's required in the recipe, and then I'm gonna add the other half now. So we got 1 cup and a half. So again, this is gonna get to boiling now. It's gonna simmer down a little bit. The recipe basically calls for add the mushrooms, wine broth, spices, bring to a boil over medium heat, and boil for 5 minutes. So really all that's required is a boil for 5. So let me sweep this floor too. I made a mess everywhere. That way I don't get just onions and mushrooms and everything all over my house. It's all over the floor. Quick cleanup break. Clean up as you go, and then you got a lot less to clean up at the end. But that's the same thing for Thanksgiving, because everybody's going to deal with that on Thanksgiving when you feed 30 people. How many people you have? 10, 15, 20, 30. You got that giant mess at the end of when you're not wanting to clean it up. Just like that, we got a clean floor. Ready to continue. Continue the mushrooms. All right, we got half of everything cleaned up. That's good. By the way, if anybody's seen these brochures I made, anybody who buys anything from me will get one of these. But this is for the Rumination Project video podcast. And sorry about my nail, I actually smashed it. That's why it's all bruised. And but it describes all of our shows, including this new show that I will start on Sunday called Coffee Time with Dan. We still have the Psychonaut Files, the Mental Health Monday, and it kind of has a description of it. And then we have information about Misfit Island right here, which you can actually scan the SKU if I can get it on the camera. That's SKU right there. There we go. And it'll actually bring you to Facebook Misfit Island. So that's pretty cool. I got all my emails and stuff, everything, and about our podcast. So if you buy anything from me, I'll definitely check those out when I send them to you. Let me just have a little bit more mess to clean up here. There we go. And we're like 10 minutes away from trying this stuff. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Alrighty. Clean up real quick, then we're gonna give away this this $5. Somebody's gonna win. Cash, straight cash, homie. Look at that soup just simmering over there. It looks beautiful. Gonna bring that heat up now. It was at low. Now we're gonna go medium. I'm sorry, medium high. What is that, medium? So we want to get it to a boil now. And this does require salt, but like I said, I usually add half the salt in it. So it's 4 teaspoons of sea salt, 16 teaspoons. So we're gonna add about 4 tablespoons instead of what would be 5 to 6 of salt. Because this is a pretty big recipe, so. And salt is an important flavor when you do the cream of mushroom, so just don't want it to be too salty. And in fact, we're just going to do, we'll definitely just do a half. So it's going to be, it would be 4 teaspoons times 4, 16 teaspoons divided by 3 for a tablespoon. There's going to be about 5 1/3 tablespoons. So I think we're just going to go with a straight 3 tablespoons. And this is a 2 tablespoon scoop here. I mean, that's a lot of salt, so we're going to do 3 tablespoons instead of what it calls for. And stuff. Like I said, the broth does have a lot of sodium and salt in it. I don't know if they take that into account a lot of times. The salt is good, but overconsumption of salt is not good. You have to have it in moderation to kind of hit that right number with the salt content in the food. And there we go. We're getting a nice mix. We got the mushrooms, the garlic, everything is just. It's going to really start to simmer here and really start to smell very, very good. And I'm excited about that. But let me get back over here to you guys' comments and move my laptop back to where you see me better. Actually, I think that's okay if we leave it alone for a while. Maybe I'll just go and load a bowl in the other room real quick. And come back to that, and we'll give this money away. It's going to take a minute to boil, and I can see it from here, obviously. When it starts to boil. Let's sit down for a minute. We've been going live for almost 3 hours in that kitchen. You know, that's tiring. Appreciate every one of you guys joining me. And let me bring that screen up larger here. You never use pepper, onion, salt, or garlic. Why not? Do you not like those flavors, Donna? They're all really good for you. I mean, pepper, did you know that pepper actually used to be a trading bar? It was equal to almost like gold and silver, and only royalty and high-end families would have pepper. And now we kind of have access to it like no other. And it's kind of interesting to have that perspective that pepper literally used to be something that only elite people and people who had a lot of money had. So we got Sandra who uses lots of black pepper and Donna's, but never used pepper. But to each their own, you know. I love my pepper and I love my garlic, but onion, salt, and garlic. Gotcha. So see, I like the fresh garlic though. So the way you just saw me do is I actually put fresh garlic in there, but I do know they have onion salt and then garlic salt or something like that. Usually it's all minced up, which is still good, but sorry, I thought I heard somebody at my door. But didn't you know, Joe? I never know what I say that somebody didn't know. Sometimes I talk too much. Take my mushroom hat off. If everybody didn't see that, that was my mushroom hat, which I wear to my events sometimes, and to look like a mushroom guy. So let's give this away. We got only 18 people in that want to win $5. I mean, it's free money. I know it's not much, but we got 15 people in here, and we've had quite a few people in here. We had 30 at one time. get some more people in there. Let's invite some more friends in here. Because I'm probably going to give away another $5 after that. Here for the recipe. Nice hat. I appreciate you, Jane. Appreciate you. We already got one winner. She won. Was it Ashley? Somebody won $5. I got the name written here. Sorry, I'm horrible with names. Straight cash, homie. I gotta look up what that's a reference to too, because I can't remember. I asked a few times. Straight cash, homie. Reference. Oh, that was Randy Moss. That's right. Now I remember. NFL game. Randy Moss said that during an interview. So Randy Moss is a Hall of Fame football wide receiver. Now I know where I heard it from. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that interview where he said, "Straight cash, homie." He was talking about getting a new contract. Cheers. We're smoking some blueberry muffin tonight. How's that soup doing? I don't see it boiling yet, so we're still good. Still says, I don't know if it's even working anymore. Let's hit this giveaway tool if it's not. Good luck, everybody. See who wins it, because I don't know. Sometimes it gets stuck. StreamYard giveaway tool. All right, good luck. Let's see who wins this one. Oh no! I know where do I send this to? Get that party music going. John Doe. John Doe, the hot dog water. Hot dog water. Cheers to you. I need to take this cannabis hit. Don't see the. Look at our mushroom soup from the other room. We have no boiling action going on yet, so we're good. John Doe, congrats though. John, you're always in here. I don't know much about you, but you seem like an awesome dude. And I remember that one time you came up live and you were in a Ninja Turtle suit, so that's why I always think that you got that Ninja Turtle. Good times, good time. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. This time I won't wait so long to give it away. Sorry, my hands were kind of full tonight, so. Let's hit that hashtag again. We're there now. I mean, now they all added into the second one. So I think that's what happens. Is they get stuck and then do it again, they kind of come through. Whatever, you still got it in if you hit that hashtag. But let's give it a hashtag. Straight cash, homie. John Doe. John Doe's a winner. I gotta write your name down. Cheers, folks. Cheers. Oh the music stopped. Also, like cannabis is a little bit harsher because I took Fico oil. That was one of the other downers of eating Fico, is that it can, be a little harsher when you smoke cannabis later on in the night. And also, people, don't forget to
like, comment, and subscribe.
Don't forget to like us. Don't subscribe. Go over and follow Misfit Island. Invite your friends. And also Great River Mushrooms and Herbal. I do a lot of educational stuff, and I plan to in the future. And I post as much content as I can when I have time. But go check out those groups. Check out Misfit Island. And we have some really good content coming up in December. So I'm really excited for everything that all the admins and everybody's doing over there. Excuse me. John Doe. Straight cash, homie. All right, let's go stir that soup, and I can stay right. See that here and go stir it. A big pot to try to bring to a boil, I don't have my mouth in here. Trying to reach for it. But again, I'm just giving away some straight cash, guys, tonight for all people who have, helped me with Great River Mushrooms. And really, last year was a really growing year for my business. The previous year was more or less a lot of research year. Like feeling the market and kind of how to grow mushrooms and do a lot of research. Last year was really my first year really pushing into the market, and this coming year I'm going to use what I learned and really push harder and have big goals and loftier goals of what I want to do with Great River Mushrooms. So it's going to be a good year. We got all the soup coming. We're going to learn how to make bigger batches. I watch the pot doesn't boil. Oh, it's not even close to boiling. And it was actually, because it's such a big pot. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, 24 cups I'm trying to boil. So I stirred it again and I increased the heat a little bit more. So I keep forgetting to put the loop on and it stops the music. But let me... good there. Don't want that pot to boil. But no, I think it's got about 7 or 8 minutes for it's boiling. Like I said, 24 cups to try to heat up there. Big pot. And the mushrooms haven't shrunk all the way, so I know that's not up to heat yet. Once the heat hits, the mushrooms really start to shrink. Oh. Then we're about to try this soup. I imagine it's going to be delicious, but it smells delicious. And go check out Great River Mushrooms. I'll actually bring that up here. Well, I can with that. There we go. Oh. Damn, I almost left the StreamYard accidentally. Luckily, it didn't let me. I almost left the stream. Didn't mean to do that. Trying to bring up the screen here. And we'll bring up. There we go. And this is my website, so anybody wants to go check it out, I do have some products. These are in order of the popularity. So the lion's mane, the infused coconut oil, we have limited edition supplies of honey, the CBD, CBG capsules, cream of mushroom soup, eco oil. We do sell mushroom grow kits as well to grow your own mushrooms at home. And those are made to order, so you got to give me almost a week without usually, not a week, 2 or 3 days before I ship out. And we have been started to ship out shiitake mushrooms, but we wanted to need to do more experiments with shipping them as well. Then we got master's mix grow bags, we got grain jars. We're going to eventually have some clones. Then we have some sterilized cocoa core vermiculite gypsum, which is meant to grow magic mushrooms. So we have those kind of substrates as well. As well as a capsule filling machine if you ever want to make your own capsules. We're going to have a lot of different stuff on our website there. The soup is boiling now. You can go check it out. Oh, it's getting there. We got a little boil happening. Oh, keep pressing the wrong buttons here. How much mushroom weight did you start with? This was 4 pounds in this recipe. 13 pounds of onions and 4 pounds of shiitake mushrooms, or the main ingredients, really. So let me go back to the website. So yeah, then you can go over here. You can check out, our mission, about us. I have a lot of information, about me, about our company. You can see here, and you can also order, obviously, on this website. You can check out when we talk about our classes. So we've had classes in the past too. So these are some information about that as well. And our mission statement. We also talk about all our video podcasts as well. You can see we have all of our information here, which I need to update a little bit more. But either way, it has access and links to our podcast on our Facebook page. And we have a little bit more. We have a page here, right here, about Misfit Island as well, which talks about Misfit Island Group. And then we have a link somewhere here. I don't have a link on it yet, but apparently I need to add that. So I'll link this to Misfit Island page, but yeah, we have a little part here. So yeah, go check out my website and help a small business. Like I said, our most popular product is lion's mane because it really works. Our second most popular product, CBD, CBG, because it really works. So I invite you to buy them. We are the cheapest on the market. And I want to be the guy who offers affordable medication, more or less generic form, because I don't make it generic. It still has the same medical value as anything that's more expensive. I just want to be that guy that markets it at a lower value so it's more affordable for people who really need it. Because a lot of people who need depression and anxiety meds are ones who can't afford them. So, back to start again. And the mushrooms are really starting to shrink now. So that's been they're kind of simmering down there, so you can see in my pan there. But yeah, check out my website. Leave reviews if you've actually bought products. The reviews are very helpful for people in the future. You can see there are a couple reviews for my products. But if you have bought them, I appreciate that as well. And you can see here, this has some of my reviews from Google on here as well. So it says 100% recommended based on the opinions of 6 people. And we have a contact information as well as anywhere else you can contact me. So again, we are a veteran-owned gourmet mushroom and herbal supply company out of Quincy, Illinois, and we like making our stuff in small batches. So it's a stronger, more potent, medication for you. CBD for cats. Well, we will eventually be having a CBD product for animals. I do plan on developing that by the end of the year. I'm still kind of stuck on the ingredients because I'm trying to make a product that is fresh and good quality, but that will last at least 6 months in storage. A lot of products that have CBD kind of don't last that long, so I'm still working on doing that. But I hope by the end of the year that I will have a CBD product. It's going to be a CBD-CBG mix for animals. So it's actually going to have both of them in it, because when you combine both of them, you get an increased medication that really will help the animal. I think that product, the CBD-CBG mix inside of a dog, is going to be amazing stuff for dogs who suffer from anxiety or any kind of animal that suffers from pain. So I'm excited to create that product so people can have a good quality, cheap alternative to help their animals, because a lot of the products on the market that are for dogs are still expensive, and people know that a lot of CBD products are expensive. So I do plan on developing something like that, as Donna says. I appreciate it, Sandra. Appreciate your kind words. Dog acts like he has ADHD. So as a lot of people know, when you actually combine 2 cannabinoids, you actually get something called the entourage effect, which is an effect that happens when you combine 2 cannabinoids or more. They have added benefits that you don't get when you take them alone. So the fact that when you combine these 2 medicines together, you get a lot of added benefits that make it a very powerful medicine, which is why it's one of my popular products on my website. And it is $32, but it's meant to, it's 60 capsules at 16 milligrams each. You usually take about 1 per day, so that bottle can last you 2 months. Now, if you're a guy, I recommend 2 a day. A woman who weighs maybe a little less, to take 1 a day, but really it's up to you. You just have to try it out. I take 2 a day, and I weigh about 180 pounds with a very fast metabolism. So it's boiling a little bit again. I'm going to stir it, and I'm going to hit this bowl, and I'm probably going to move in the other room for good, because it's going to be ready to stand up. So we got a nice steam coming off of it. Everything is getting soft and pliable, and very soft. That's the best word to describe. Just like you want it to, because you want the cream of mushroom to not have a lot of texture in it. You want it to be kind of creamy. So everything is doing exactly like I want it to, and it's cooking very nicely, as you can see in there. Straight cash, homie. Straight bomb ass soup. I'm about to eat it. I apologize for anybody who has to watch me eat this and have me describe how delicious it is, but you can buy it. I will, as soon as this live is over, I'm going to put it on my website. I will say that it is expensive if you're going to ship it alone. So if you buy multiple products, the shipping cost is a lot more worth it. So that's the unfortunate cost of shipping something that weighs that much, but that's the way the world is. I sell a lot of my soup locally anyway. So anybody local in the Quincy area who would like me to deliver any of that soup tomorrow, holler at me. I will personally deliver it to you. I am off kind of the rest of this week. So like today I delivered 8 jars to a gentleman and he tipped me for it. I love, he didn't have to, but I appreciate him doing that. Because I don't charge anything to deliver locally because I'm usually out and about anyway to grab a jar of soup, drop by somebody and actually talk to a customer. John Doe is our second winner tonight of the $5. That's what we're giving out, the straight cash on me. Hell, I didn't even have time to do a giveaway, so I just thought I'd do that. So about some straight cash, Venmo, Cash App style, buy you a coffee in the morning, maybe some McDonald's on the way to work. Straight cash, homie. That stuff's boiling in there, and we're about ready to join the crowd there. But cheers, folks. What's everybody smoking on tonight? All right, let's go back in the kitchen. Live in the kitchen. Of course, we're going to wash our hands, clean everything up. We're about to get this party started. A nice boil going on now. And we're going to basically, let me turn my website off there. I didn't realize. Had that up. There we go. And it looks like it's pretty much boiling now. So now we're going to set the timer to 5 minutes. We want to do a straight boil for 5 minutes. We're going to crank the heat up. And we're going to put the lid on. I'm going to give it one last stir. And there we go. We're going to do that for 5 minutes, not stirring it at all. And right after that, the heat gets turned off, and then it's gonna get jarred up. So let me start jarring it here. I gotta get my jars out. All the jars are gonna go right in front of this camera. Plug my laptop in, and we're doing about 30 jars. And I'm a clean freak, so we're gonna do a little cleanliness before we start bottling these up. A little crud cutter. Antibacterial. We're going to clean this counter off really good before we get our jars out, because we don't want any kind of contaminations in the final process. Anything that doesn't belong in the jar. And now we're going to start taking the lids off of the jars. We also we do a little spray alcohol too. I got a bottle of alcohol, a little spritz of that on the counter, kill anything else that may be living. And look at that nice steam bath going on over there in the soup. And we're taking our jars out, a whole bunch right here. Camera down. It actually died. It was plugged in. Weird. They were down to one camera apparently. Now you can see me in a bigger picture. I don't know how that died. That was at 90%. It's plugged into the charger and it literally died to nothing. It's my backup phone. I have 2 phones. So. We're going to need about 30 jars. And we're going to take the lids off. I'm going to put my gloves back on now. And I'm going to do it on one hand. That's only because I have a cut finger. I'm going to cover that finger up. Cut it when I busted my finger the other day. We're going to take the lids off. Separate those. We're going to have to fill these jars up, and I have kind of a filling machine to do it. It's a lid extender, lid widener, I call it. It basically widens the lid at the top so that that soup is easier to ladle in there. And we're just going to separate the lids from the pile here so that we can fill these up, and then they're going to go into the pressure cooker. I have 2 pressure cookers that they're going to go into. And we'll get those ready too in a minute once the soup's done boiling. Got 1 more minute of boiling. And it boils for 5 minutes, and then cut the heat completely off. And it'll just sit there now, and it'll be ready to jar up. That's when we're gonna try it. And we're gonna get a taste test here. Got a nice, beautiful bowl out. And this is the lid extender that I'm gonna use. So basically, what you do is you put that on top of the jar. Allows you to have more area to dump your soup in, obviously, so you don't, spill it all over. You can buy this on Amazon. You can buy it, I believe, at Walmart, but it's not stainless steel. I got that on Amazon for like $9. Down to 42 seconds. Let me get another box. Boiling a little too much, so I got to simmer it down because it's too high. Starting to boil over. We got 30 more seconds. Another box of jars, and these are just 16-ounce jars I buy from Menards. Honestly, the most affordable place to buy them is Menards. And we're going to kill that heat now. We're done with the boiling part of this recipe. And now we're going to give it a good stir. And we're going to get a bigger spoon out because we're going to ladle it. So what we're going to do is stir it with a really big spoon there. We want to stir for a pretty long time. You really want to mix those ingredients up. So I'm probably going to stir it for 30 seconds to a minute. It really smells wonderful. It smells way different than the oyster mushrooms. I will tell you that much. It smells way different. I think it tastes more, it doesn't taste as wild. So the blue oyster mushroom has more of a wild odorous smell than the shiitake mushrooms. Even though they have a different flavor, they do have a different smell as well. This looks like a wonderful batch. I'm going to do a taste test, and I'm going to see if it needs any more salt and pepper before I jar it up. And we got a really nice mixed up now. And we'll get a nice little scoop here. And what I'm going to do is usually when I make this jarred up, I get a ladle. Yeah, I think we're doing a ladle scoop. Let me read my directions. Yeah, so we usually just do, got this ladle here that we usually use. And I'm going to ladle myself a nice scoop of it. Good sample there. We're going to have to taste test my own recipe, folks, for the first time. I don't have a drum roll sound on there, but it's really hot right now, so I'm going to give it a minute or two to rest. And I got to take some more of these jars off anyway, so I'll spend time doing that. And talking to you guys, lovely folks. We still got 16 lovely people in here. You guys are awesome. care if there's one person or 16. I mean, I got people listening to what I have to say. I really do appreciate it, man. Man, women, anybody who's out there. It must smell good. Yeah, the smell is starting to get really good. I think it needs more pepper, but because it doesn't smell like it normally does. But I'm gonna do a taste test and then maybe add a little more pepper. Really, the smell of the onions, the caramelized onions, is what I smell the most. Because obviously, I mean, there's 13 pounds of onions in there, so it's gonna be the majority of the smell. Then you get like the hint of you get the garlic, and if you smell a little deeper, and then you get the herb, which I may put a little bit more of that in there. And then I'll just add the chunks of it instead of actually. But I think we have 24 jars out, and I think I told you I needed 30. And we have two more. We have a couple open packages, so we'll just use those. We got 24 here now. And we're gonna throw these lids in the box. These boxes are so useful. These boxes that come with your jars, I never throw them away because they have a million uses. I use them till they're not usable anymore. I have like a huge pile of them in my room, storage room, that I use all the time for different things. Put the lid here so we can get them out of the way. So we need them. You see, we got a lot of jars here. And now we're gonna try our soup. I think it's cooled down enough. I need to get a drum roll. This is my first time trying it. Oh my. Salt content's perfect. That's for sure. It's really good. There, you can taste the mushrooms in the aftertaste. So your first taste you get is the onion in the chicken broth. So you get like a chickeny onion taste, and then there's an onion. I mean, it's really complex. There's a lot of flavors going on. And that salt content's perfect. Like you can oversalt something and then you can undersalt, but that's like the perfect amount of salt. That was money with that. I think it could use a little more pepper. And I think I'm going to add probably 2 tablespoons of pepper. And then I'm going to note that on my recipe for next time, for this recipe. So we got 2 tablespoons of pepper here. This is my 2 tablespoon thing. We're just going to throw 2 tablespoons of pepper in there. And we're going to mix it up really well again. We'll probably do that in really good. I barely even saw any pepper in it. This is why I thought it needed more, because I don't really see much floating in there. So I don't really taste much pepper when I sampled it. That looks a lot better. I'm gonna note that real quick so I don't forget. Gotta find my pen so I can note that. Add 2 tablespoons more. So now for every 8 jars, I'm going to add, it's going to be 8 Man, but that has a really awesome aftertaste. I really like the way it tastes afterwards. And I guess you can kind of taste the pepper, but it takes a while because this pepper is kind of has a bold taste. And it kind of kicks at the end, which is why I kind of like this brand of pepper, because it kind of hits you after you eat the food. In a way, it's kind of hard to explain unless you eat it. But I see a little more pepper now in this. It looks a little more consistent with what I want. Like I said, it's a really big batch, so it only had 4 teaspoons of pepper in it. So I nearly doubled the pepper, well, almost tripled the pepper amount, but it really wasn't enough, I don't think. But now we're gonna eat the rest of this, and then we're gonna sample it with the new pepper, which I think was the only thing I needed to change. And I think everything else is pretty good in there. We probably could use a little more farce or. So what I probably do, like I have in the past, I do half thyme, actual herb, and I think I have some thyme grounded up already. I thought I did. If not, I'll just use the rest of that. But the best thing to do is use a mix of actual grounded up stuff you buy at the store, and then use the fresh stuff, and it'll be really good because there's really nothing wrong. Oh, there we go. I thought I had some. So we're just gonna add a little bit more of this, and this stuff has a little more smell to it. So that's really what I want. I want to add that odor. So the store brand ones seem to have a little more odor, I think. Maybe that's not me, but maybe it's just me. But this jar is definitely smells very good. So again, we're gonna add we're gonna change the recipe to 2 1/4 teaspoons instead of 2 per 8 jars. So that in that case, we're gonna add 1/4. We're gonna add 1 more tablespoon of thyme. If I did my math right, let me do it in my head again. 2 1/4 times 4 is going to add 1 whole tablespoon. Yeah. I got to find my tablespoons, Mark. I don't think I've used them all. There's one. Well, that's a teaspoon, but I think it'll need more than that. But we'll go with a teaspoon and adjust from there. And I think that's going to do it. I really think that probably hit it just right on the flavor that I want, based on, salt, onions, a mushroom. They're all just perfect. I'll tell you, it's addicting too, because you're like, I want to sell it because I want to make money. That's what the point of a business is. But I want to eat it. So like sometimes, the last time I made this, I ended up eating like 2 or 3 jars. While I made it. But it's really good. Really good. I haven't even tried it now with the added pepper and thyme now. That I'm going to try that now. I'm going to take another good healthy scoop out of there. Let that cool off in a second. And I think that's probably going to hit it just right. I added a little bit more. And next time I noted that for the next time I make it. Because I'm really about adding all the flavors. I really want you to taste all of them. I want you to taste the salt. I want you to taste the pepper. I want you to taste the mushrooms, the onions, and the garlic, and have a healthy choice for your family too as well. Because all these ingredients combined are extremely healthy. They're very healthy ingredients for your body, especially garlic. Garlic is just one of those, it should be considered a medicine. It really should. And anybody who knows what the power of garlic is, may call it a medicine, because I think it is. Same with some of the other herbs. But a daily intake of garlic in your life is really, really healthy for your digestive system, your immune system, a lot of your body processes. That it's just a really healthy choice when you add garlic. It was a little too hot still. I may have eaten it a little too soon. I think I need to give it 3 more minutes. But it was too hot to taste. But if you ask me, I think it's money. That it's that cracked pepper is really interesting. That you never think a cracked pepper would kind of add a little bold kick to something. But when I never knew there were gourmet peppers out there. Gourmet. When you buy pepper, you're like, oh, I thought there was just pepper, and you got your regular cheap black ground pepper, but then you got this stuff, and it's like a whole nother level, and all it is cracked pepper. That's all that's in it. But I'm like, how does this taste so different than that? I did not know they were different. And maybe I'm very ignorant with how they make pepper, so somebody will have to inform me. But I found that interesting when I saw that. I'm like, gourmet pepper. Like, I thought pepper was pepper. But no, pepper's not pepper until you try a gourmet pepper, and then you're like, holy shit, that's got like what pepper's supposed to taste like. So what we're we normally do here is I do a full ladle. I'm gonna do a full ladle out of here into the jars, and then I come back and fill in the remainder after everything I have here. So I'm gonna let that cool off just for a split second. I'm gonna try this soup anyway, and then we're gonna start filling up jars. And I'm gonna move this a little closer and get my pressure cooker ready. So we're gonna have to pressure cook them as well. So we'll move this to the other here and get the pressure cooker ready. And we have a large pressure cooker. This is my big one. This one can fit, I think, 16 jars of soup in here. And then I have a smaller one that can fit 8. So if I do any more than 24, I'm going to have to use the pressure cook 2 different times. But we'll start turning these on. I got to clean it off. I haven't used it in a while, so try and see if anything throwing in there. It's going to clean itself when you clear off. Get some fresh water in there. I do like to spray a little bit of alcohol in there. Spray alcohol in anything, it's because it cleans it and it evaporates immediately anyway. And we're gonna rinse that out with alcohol in there. I don't know how many people have spray alcohol like this in their house. I actually have 4 of these all through my house. Yeah, we're gonna add some water now. Since we're only doing a bath for 30 minutes, we're not gonna need much water. So we'll add about the minimum amount we have to add. I like to add a little more, because if you run out of water, that's horrible. So a little more water. We're going to start turning this on to boil. Get this pressure cooker ready. And we're going to try the soup now. Now I burned my mouth, and it has all the new ingredients in it. So yep, there it is. Yep, that was what it needed. It needed just that slight more that little thyme taste, and then we got the one more pepper in there. So now I can taste the pepper when I first eat it, as well as the aftertaste. But it's just marvelous. That is delicious. And really, and if I want to taste the difference between the blue and this, I need to put them side by side. Because they taste similar, but I know they taste differently. But I more or less have to taste the one and then taste the other and be like, oh, okay, that's how it tastes different. But it does taste different. I don't know. That's what you can see the peppercorns in there. I guess I do see slight white ones in there, don't you? So those are the color of the pepper that's in there. Unlike this is a cheaper brand of pepper, you can see there's not as many different colors. This is a very generic brand. You can probably buy it like at Walmart. Yes, I use that too, Sandra, when I cook my steaks and stuff. So I have whole black pepper in a grinder. But obviously, if I'm trying to make commercial batches, it's kind of hard to grind up, 8 tablespoons of pepper or whatever I need. That's really good. Sometimes I impress myself. But I guess if you take your time to make anything, it's going to be good. So, I think I'm going to add the extra thyme and pepper too to my blue oyster recipe. But goddamn, that's good. You literally want to eat the whole jar because I want to eat more of it, but I know I need to bottle it up now. So we're ready to start jarring it up here, and I'll try to get you a better angle. This is I'll put this device up here. And we're going to use these two things. Make sure our counter's clean, and do anything out of the way we don't need. So 1 scoop into the jar, as you can see, got this thing to help me scoop it in better. And we're just going to take 1 scoop and then move on to the next. And I don't try to pick it up because that takes too long, so I try to do things to save time. So I'm just going to scoop and then move. And I believe it was 2 scoops per one. Give me about there. Then we'll just keep going through all till we're out of our soup. And it should be anywhere from 28 to 30 jars is my guess. It may be less. I guess we'll find out. But when we fill the rest of this up, we're going to put a liquid in there. The 2 scoops is basically what the solid way to kind of get. So I'm kind of scooping from the bottom and pulling up, and I'm getting all that solid with a little bit of juice in it as well. But it's majority of it solid onions, garlic, everything that's in there. And then sometimes towards the end you do get a little short, and then you just want to level it on the side, so you can see when they're all next to each other, how much more you need, and it's equal the other one. And then we're going to start jarring them up, and then they're going to go in the pressure cooker. I got going already over here. It's getting heated up. And then we'll probably end the live here, but we got to give away that $500 here, straight cash, homie. I appreciate everybody joining me tonight in almost 4 hours live, but I knew it would take a while to make this soup. And then basically, when I put it in the pressure cooker, I'm going to leave it in there overnight, and I'll open up in the morning, and then I'll label them and be ready to sell. So not much happens in the pressure cooker other than heating up and a normal pressure cooker. But again, I keep forgetting I'm making 24 jars, not 30. So maybe it was 32. I don't remember. But we'll find out when this recipe's done how many I make. I think we've used almost half of it, and we've almost made 12, 13 jars. I kind of shorted that one, but now they're all equal. But that's why I kind of keep them all next to each other, because then you can see which one's even a little more and which one's not. Because I like to be, you know, if you buy a product, I love to be consistent. You want to have the same amount time. And as my company grows, I'm going to only get better at doing this. So, but small batches like this are where your true, you know, flavor is. You know, when you're doing small batches compared to commercialized. But I mean, I'd love to have a commercial kitchen, and then it'd be a lot easier to do huge batches of this, huge stock pots, 30-gallon pots, and, you know. But those 30-gallon pots are like $500. You know, that's the dream. And if this takes off like I want it to, like I would love to someday to be selling this soup at Hy-Vee. That's the ultimate goal. I will have to be able to mass produce this, you know, to really truly profitize it, because obviously I'm going to have to sell it cheaper to commercialize to a store, and they have to make a profit too. And I'm going to have to learn ways to make it cheaper. That's the ultimate goal. Learn ways to make products cheaper so you can increase your profit margins, but keep the same quality of the soup. The way to make more money is just to make it in bigger batches. So we're still I'm always going to make it in small batches, but I want to have more pans, larger pans. Or let's say I can do like 120 jars at once. But this method hasn't worked too bad for me. I make money doing it this way, and people get a really affordable product. Because I do get told that I should charge more, and I may increase the price. But right now it's $5 a jar. And that's probably why that guy who buys 8 jars from me, he tips me every time, because he's from a bigger city. He's from St. Louis, and he moved to Quincy. And almost every time he tells me I'm not charging enough for my products. But he's used to that big city price, where a lot of times the mushroom may sell for 25 to 30% more. And some people appreciate that. So the quality of the price around this area for gourmet items compared to larger cities where you may pay more, 25 to 30% more for those same products. We got 24 jars out. I think that did enough for 32, and I'm definitely going to have enough for 30, which is what I wanted. This is going to keep me stocked for a while, unless you guys wipe me out and buy all my soup, which would be awesome. Then I can make some more tomorrow or whatever. But I do have all these mushrooms behind me. I still have 3 more pounds of mushrooms to do, so I do have to make some more soup sometime this week. But I do have a lot of other stuff I got to do too. But appreciate everybody joining me. Don't forget to hit those love buttons, those reaction buttons. I appreciate it very much. We got 48 reactions. Let's see if we can get that up to 50. Hit them like and reaction buttons if you haven't, folks. I appreciate every one of you. You can also get into the hashtag straight cash, homie. I'm giving out $5. I've already given out $5 twice. And I'm going to do it a third time. Oh, still at 48. Let's get that to 50. Please hit that reaction button, ladies and gentlemen. So you can see I got 24 jars of soup now. And I'm gonna get 6 more jars out here to fill up 30. And then eventually we're gonna top it all off with the liquid more. It's gonna be more liquid than anything. Top it off once we get all the more denser stuff. So we get some more jars here. More jars, and I think that would be it. Fill the rest of those up. One of those got a little too much, so now I got to take one out. I just noticed the first one I threw in had a little too much. But this one's a little short, so we don't want somebody to get too much. Oh, we want them to all be equal. There we go. And now we're going to have to probably 3 scoop it now because we're getting towards the bottom, and I like to keep the same amount like I said. So I'm just pouring a little bit of liquid out before I throw it in there. And just make sure we're going to equal the same amount there. On to the next one. Smelling delicious now. I'm kind of used to the smell because I've made this like a dozen times now. So, but I remember the first time I made it, the smell filled my whole house. It's kind of what you get used to the smell. But now I smell it and I'm like, oh, that's my cream of mushroom soup because it has a very particular odor once you start cooking it. So if somebody was making it at their house when I walked in, I would definitely know. I'd be like, are you cooking my mushroom soup? Not that it's mine, anybody can cook the recipe. Can't really patent it. But it's probably cheaper if you just buy a jar for me instead of trying to make it yourself. Unless you're going to make it in bulk like me. And we might actually have more than 30 jars. I think we do. So we might actually get the full 32, but I got to remember that I added a little bit of extra ingredients. Mostly garlic, but that shouldn't have been enough to make 2 jars. So yeah, I think we'll do 2 more jars and then we're going to add the liquid. Let me count all those again, make sure I counted right. And that was 7, 20, 21, 28, and that's 32. Yeah, 32. Actually, it's more like 31, I think, which I figured it was. There's always a jar short. I'm going to go back and fill this up, and then I'm going to eat whatever's left. That sounds like a deal. And we're taking kind of the liquid more to top these off. So we're going to get some of the liquid more base, top it off. We're just going to go right to the bottom of that lip. Because you don't want to overfill it too much, because it'll boil over when you in the pressure cooker. I'm going to just do that all 30 jars now. And then let's get a little scoop and go. And this thing right here definitely helps. If you're canning something, buy this little thing that kind of makes your lid bigger, you know, so you're not making a huge mess of it. Even though I do get this all over, I do clean these jars after they come out of the pressure cooker. Well, actually before. I'll wipe these down and then they go into the pressure cooker. So just adding that liquid, topping it off in a way. You want it to be about an inch short of the lid. It's more like realistically a 3/4 inch, but and we're just gonna have, I think, just enough to do 31 jars, and then I'm gonna eat the rest. But you can't really sit this out long. Like, it doesn't last long in the fridge because it is such a fresh ingredient. And you know what happens to fresh stuff? That usually molds very fast. Anything that is natural and very healthy for you, other organisms want to eat as well, including mold. As you all know, that test they did in McDonald's food where they actually sat it out for 30 days and no mold grew on it. Shows you that only mold is interested in growing on very healthy food. So it only stores in the fridge if it's not sterilized for probably 3 to 4 days. Once it's pressure cooked, the flavor is stored in until you pop that lid again. And we're getting there. And we're going to start throwing these in the pressure cooker, and we're going to give away this $5 and call it a night. And I thank you guys for all joining me. Hopefully you learned something tonight. Learn that making mushroom soup is fun, huh? Hopefully we don't run out of soup, but if we do run out, we'll just take one less jar out of here at the end. But I still think I have enough to fill all these. That one's got a kind of a large chunk. Somebody's gonna get lucky and get a nice little chunk of some shiitake. Can't hate on that. Which is why I call it a soup, more or less a cream of mushroom soup, because it is a cream, but it also is a soup. So, because it is a base, so you can use it in other ingredients. I've had people use it in their pizza. Somebody said they drained the juice out of it and put it on their pizza, and they said it was delicious. So, I've had people put it on their, put it in with eggs and make omelets. I've had people make spaghetti. They'll drain it and put it in spaghetti. So, I mean, the possibilities are endless of what you want to do with this. Getting to the bottom. Just a few more jars. Did I calculate right? That's gonna be close. I'm gonna not have much to eat unless I want to take a jar out of here. I'm gonna make more of this tomorrow, so. Looks like I'm gonna have just enough to fill all those jars perfectly. A little bit left. Nice golden color, right? For sure, it looks delicious. It looks like we got all the same consistency of same amount in. And now we're going to jar it up. Get the flow off. Next, we throw a lid. And you don't want to put it finger tight. You want to leave it a little bit loose. So obviously, you don't want it to blow up in there. You want it to gas a little bit. And the great thing about that thing right now, this thing, it covers the top, so you don't have to wipe the tops off. That can cause issues and contaminations if a little bit is left outside and somebody, eats it straight out of the jar. They may have a little something that didn't get sterilized inside. You know what I mean? So I like that thing because it actually covers up the top, so you don't have that issue of getting stuff all over the top where you have to wipe it off. Where the seal actually happens to the lid. So there's a little bit of soup on the side, but there's none on top. So we'll wipe that off as we put it in the pressure cooker after we fill these lids on. Let's apply it. Now, like I said, I made 200. I had 200 of these jars since I started making these, and I have not had one issue with anybody having any issue other than the mailman breaking one when he delivered it once. Can't do anything about that. Stuff happens. Somehow I'm short one lid. Oh, there it is. And now I'll put all the fasteners on. And this pressure cooker is pretty much heated up and ready to go. I'm gonna start stacking it up. And then I'm gonna turn it on and give away this $5. Smoke a bowl with you guys and then call it a night. Yippee-yi-yay. Still got 10, 13 people in here. I appreciate every one of you guys. Appreciate you. We're just going to place them in the pressure cooker now, wipe them down a little bit after we lid it up. And like I said, you want to leave the lid, a little loose. But you can see it right there. Look at that beauty. Look at that. That is not Campbell's cream of mushroom soup, ladies and gentlemen. That is gourmet cream of mushroom. And that is an amazing color. The consistency, the ingredients in it, that you can clearly see that there's a lot more than mushrooms in there. And the shiitakes they look a lot more presentable because they're a lot darker than the oyster cut mushrooms. So they appear, you can see them a lot easier in the jar. They almost look like apples. They do. They have that kind of apple look to them. I almost shed a tear to how beautiful that shit looks. But you obviously got to be proud of your product. That's a great thing. And we're just gonna keep putting these in here. Looks like I think it fits more than 16, but I've never had it full of soup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 8 in there. It looks like it's gonna fit 20. And now we'll put some more of the bands on. But if you're just joining me, don't forget to hit that reaction button. Much love to everybody tonight. As it gets to be 8:30, man. I've been live for a while, damn it. But I was going to do this by myself or with everybody else, so I figured I'd go live and show people. And all right, I think we got an extra lid. Oh, that's for this jar here. And one of these is missing a band. There we go. Again, the great thing is you want that consistency through your jar. So look at that. They look almost identical. Same consistency of ingredients. We did well tonight. A+. That was good shit. Got my window open here too. My neighbors probably think I'm crazy. Just saying. Oh. So we got 31 jars now available, ladies and gentlemen. 31 jars. I wanted to eat some more, but I'm gonna save it for tomorrow because I still have a lot more to make. So I think I need some more onions. I think I need like 3 more pounds of onions to make another to use all the rest of the 3 pounds, which should make 24 more jars. So then I'll have 31 plus 24. I'm probably going to use 20. I'm going to eat the 4 jars myself. But these make great holiday gifts to people, so you can buy them now and give them to your family during Christmas. Well, that way that you don't sell out of them, because I could sell out by Christmas. And put this lid on and start this pressure cooker up. Also, you pressure cooker people out there, if you ever need to replace your seal, they sell them on Amazon now. They didn't sell them on there for a while, but I just replaced my seal, and they're about I think they're like $14 on Amazon. But you got to replace the seal every year, and sometimes they're really hard to fucking find. But now Amazon has them. You're the wrong lid, the wrong device. Got the other pressure cooker lid on the wrong other pressure cooker, so to make sure the right lid's on the right one. I'm going to turn that on high, and it really only requires, they say 10 pounds at 30 minutes, but this is a 15-pound weight. I don't really know how to take the other weight off, so I usually just cook it on there anyway with a 15 psi. Not like it's a big deal. But the reason they say that is because the jars could blow up, and I've never had one blow up at 15 psi in your pressure cooker. So I'm going to turn the other pressure cooker on so I can do this all at once. So we got the smaller pressure cooker here. This one's my smaller version, half the size of that one. Well, almost half. Again, I'm going to spray a little alcohol in there and rinse it out. Don't want anything that may be in there, because that water's been in there for a month. Then we're gonna add some water. Heat that up. And then we'll throw the rest in there. And ladies and gentlemen, that's how you make 31 jars of soup. Where's that button? Repeat. We made a lot of soup. That's 31 jars. That's 31 people who are going to be happy eating this. So, hell yeah. It looks like we can't fit anything but one jar. Tell me I can fit that last jar. Yeah, it'll fit sideways. That way down. This is the optional weight. This is a kind of different pressure cooker. You got that the optional weight you put on top. Slide them off. Each one of these weighs 5 pounds. I'm sorry, 5 psi. Adds 5 psi to your device. We're loaded up. We are done doing this shit tonight. We got 31 jars of soup to sell now. You know, that's the largest batch I've ever made. So the fact that it took almost 4 hours isn't a big deal because I can condense that easily down to an hour and a half. The fact that it took me longer because I was talking a lot to you guys and sharing, you know. Oh, I lost the comments. There we go. No, because I was sharing a lot. But realistically, I could have probably made those, if I was going nonstop, I could have made that in an hour and a half with 31 jars. Usually it takes me an hour to make smaller batches. I make them larger batches and save time. But yeah, let's give away this last straight cash, homie. As you can see, this is where it all ended up. In the pressure cookers. Be here for 30 minutes after they completely eat up here the pressure. Now let's go have a smoke and give this money away. Here's my notebook so I can write down the second person. John Doe was our second winner. Who's going to be our third winner here? Anybody else want to get in that hashtag? How many people we got in that hashtag? We got 17 entries, win $5. I'll buy you coffee in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Get you that coffee. John Doe's here still. What's going on, John Doe? I appreciate you guys. If you guys stuck around for 4 hours, you guys are awesome. You know, I don't expect you to, so. When I go live in the lab and live in the kitchen, I always end up being 4 hours. I should just always say that at the beginning. And because it always ends up being 4 hours in my lab or 4 hours in my kitchen, so. And now we're back to where I do my podcast at, which you can see from we had our mental health podcast last night, which is still written behind me. So I appreciate everybody who joined me and Rasta last night as well on Mental Health Monday as we come back to doing our podcast. So I look forward to seeing all of you a lot more. You got your new people joining in and all the changes. The reason I'm doing doing Mental Health Monday every 2 weeks now and every Psychonaut Files is I want to spend more time getting guests. I want to make that effort to get very powerful guests. They're not powerful, but guests that are that can really help to turn the discussion and really involve and bring more people into it. That's one reason we kind of we're doing less episodes so we can focus on making those episodes even better. Cheers! I already got my bowl loaded here. Got some blueberry muffin. Let me bring this screen up bigger now. Giveaway. Straight cash, homies. What's going on, Creative? Donna, Betty, Joe, Sandra, 15 people still in here. Much appreciated, much love. Ross still here. What's up, brother? I'm sorry I haven't paid much attention to the comments, but obviously I was busy. I was cooking, I guess. Couldn't really cook and have somebody checking comments. It's already 8:42, man. What happened to the time? I swear I started at like 4:30, and now it's like 4 hours later. Love that hashtag. Cheers. Let's hit the bowl and give it away. No, it's not that, Sandra. Sometimes when I'm actually doing stuff, I'll listen to somebody's podcast. So you can still have a life and listen to podcasts all day, Definitely doesn't, if you listen to me for 4 hours, I'm not judging you at all. Because I do the same thing sometimes when I listen to some other people's podcasts. I'll be doing work around my house and have my phone on me and listen and then watch when I can. Okay, good luck, everybody. Stephanie, how you doing tonight? I hope everybody's having a beautiful night, and let's see who's going to win this third $5 giveaway. Let's hit it. That music. Got Penner! Let's hit it! Why? I'm so excited for you. Get that party music going too for Pam Tanner. Congratulations. Hell yeah, guys. I much appreciate you guys tonight. Excuse me. But the party's going to end now. I appreciate you guys sticking around here. We were 5 minutes away from 4:20. I'd almost stick around till then, but I'll let you guys enjoy that moment. But congrats to everybody who stayed or won tonight. The 3 $5 winners. I appreciate you guys much. Hopefully that helps you out a little bit. Buy coffee. And I thank everybody who made an order tonight today. I just see that there were a few. Go check out Mr. Island the rest of this week. We have some other content. I will be live. I will be live again on Sunday morning at 8:30, and it's going to be the I can't even remember the name of my own show. Coffee Time with Dan. I'll get more used to saying it. Which is, it's going to be kind of a spiritual approach to, well, let me just read you my brochure. Hold on a second. So basically, it's going to be a video podcast where we discuss and explore different approaches to love, personal freedom, living in peace and harmony, nurturing our true selves. But it's going to be more of a shamanistic approach. I've kind of gotten into a lot of shamanism kind of books that focus. They're not more on religion. They're more on nurturing your inner true self. I'm going to talk more about different subjects every week. The first week is going to be called Vibrations. And I'm going to talk about how sending vibrations out through your words or even through like a Facebook post, like that's sending vibrations out to the universe. I'm going to talk more about what I mean by that. and how you get the proper vibrations back. So I kind of know when I'm vibrating correctly. I hope people do as well. I'm very in tuned with myself, so I know when I'm not. I know when my body's out of rhythm, and you know when you're not. So that's why when you're not in rhythm, you kind of check out from life, and when you are, you kind of excel in life, and everything's going good. But you got to find that flow where it's all the time you're feeling good. So that's the what we all try to find in life as well. So I'm going to talk more about that on Coffee Time with Dan Sunday morning at 8:30 p.m. And I plan on being done by the time Grassroots goes live, so you guys can go check Grassroots out as well. So, and then we'll have a back-to-back kind of shows where you guys can watch all morning, watch some great content over here on the island and over here on where Grassroots goes live. So I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Don't forget to hit those like, reaction buttons, share buttons. There are a lot of people who watch these afterwards, so the like button helps a lot. I don't just say that to get that dopamine feed from the likes. It really just help get that content out more, and we want to educate people on the herbal stuff and the mushrooms. So until next time, guys, I appreciate every one of you staying. Appreciate everybody with the comments and everything else. So until next time, guys, this is Live in the Kitchen with Dan Baird, Dan the Mushroom Man, and until next time, peace, guys. Take care tonight.